Hello, amigo, Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is WEedNErdWorld episode 670. Hope you guys have had a great Monday. Come to hang out. I am definitely hanging out off camera as soon as we get a few people in here tonight. Definitely. So, cheers to that one person who just tuned in and thumbed up. Cheers. What's up, Jack? Thank you. Who else do we got? Yeah, some big tea brewer. Easy that top chat turned to live chat. As I get my chat popped out, I will do the same. I got mine to live chat as well. Time to roll something up. It's fine. Hopefully you guys have had a great Monday. I guess I already said that tonight. Guess I'll roll up some of this Colombian. Some baby nugs. Some baby nugs right here in the basket. Man, I need DC right here. Cheers, James Steve Weaver. What you smoking on, buddy? Kilowatts rolling in. Banana Farmer, what's up? You were the one I couldn't figure out on the list. My chicken scratch. I figured it out though. Figured it out. Martial artists in the house. Cheers, Marshall. Allergies are getting to me. Yeah, what's up, guys? Just about got enough chopped up here for one. Smiley. This is Smiley.
What's up, brother?
How you doing?
Good, man. It's a fucking beautiful Monday. It's a cool time hanging out today.
Oh, do tell. Hell.
Yeah, Leighton Morrison was in town, and Jet House Gardens, Chandler. He works with Wormy's GR, and they got a 12-acre farm, not far from me, but they didn't. Yeah, anyway, Leighton showed up there and hung out for the day, and it was kind of cool, man. Rascal Farmer, Dirt Breakdown, Extraction Zeus, Terp Wizard, Compost Whisperer, like a bunch of people, man. It was really cool. I probably missed a bunch of people. Organic Alexa was there. Yeah, it was badass, man. Busted out the scope, talking some shit, smoking some shit.
I seen that in some of Kazoo's pictures there. The fucking microscope hanging out on the table there. I was like, oh shit, that's serious. Serious talk.
Yeah, it was cool, man. I mean, it was just like whatever, just kind of. Leighton was like, "Hey, I'm in town. Fucking whoever wants to hang out, we're gonna be here." So we all went and hung out. So, badass. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting people, man. Like Tommy, we had Tommy Trichomes, Kazoo was there. I'd have to sit and think of it. There was probably 20 people or 24 people, something like that. Good time though.
Good way to start the week.
Yeah. Okay. How about yourself, man? You have a good Monday?
Not really. It is what it is.
Monday.
Fucking Monday. Yeah. Fucking Monday. I'll go with that.
Happens, you know. I was lucky this is going on. It's gonna be a busy week, so we'll make it go by quick, and girl will be back home and be all right. Sucks trying to do everything without her too. It sucks. It's kind of funny.
Hopefully she's watching, blushing right now.
I hope so. I also the dog, yeah, like we got 3 dogs, and I don't know, she spoils the shit out of them, so like like she makes their food and all that, you know what I mean? So like so she has all this food made up for them and whatever. Shows me how to microwave it, mix it, how she does all that. I do it all. The dogs I put it in their bowl and they just fucking look at me like, are you serious, dude? Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not how mom does it, dude. It's not how mom does it at all. Like, you're just way the fuck off. I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's what it is.
Stupid.
Yeah.
What up,
It's true though. What up, Jack?
Eagle? I'm kicking you out. Not out of the call though. Last night you're like, I'm just gonna camera off, smoke a joint, and get some work done in the background. Tonight you're like, I'm just
Yeah.
waiting for some people to jump in, and then I'm gonna jump out. So you could just click the camera off, hang out in the background now, go take care of some shit. We're here.
Right now.
If you want to walk around with
I'm
the headset
gonna-
or something, you can chat, but
Yeah.
I want you to get some shit done if you need to get it done.
I appreciate that more than I can tell you. I'm gonna be a part of. I'm gonna keep the mic on. I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna fucking hang out, get some shit done. Yeah, I do have things to do. I never do it though. Yeah, how many times do you hear me say that though?
Every
I'm gonna
night,
do it.
Eagle. Every night.
Never have.
Every night.
Never.
And then you're here like right in the conversation. It's tough. It's tough. It's hard to leave it.
It
But we don't
is.
mind
It
watching
is.
you walk around, work on some shit. Even if you just keep the camera on, do some stuff in the background.
Keep your ass.
I did that.
We're good.
Yeah, I did a little bit yesterday. I did a little bit yesterday.
Good stuff.
I'll smoke for a minute, then I'm definitely gonna walk around, get some shit done. Maybe punch the bag a little bit, get the Monday blues out. Work that Monday out.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think it's healthy. So what you smoking on? What you got in the pipe there?
My wife always has different samples. This is Humboldt Farms. It was something cherry, and it was actually really heavy. It kind of reminds me of the cherry pie a little bit, and that it was putting me to sleep. But Boom Farms is jumping in. That's exciting. Always cool to see Boom.
I know it. See how it gets hard to like walk away. You're like, oh shit. It's getting good now.
Thanks.
Cheers, Boom.
Oh,
I tried. I was muted. How's it going, guys? What's up?
What's up, boo?
Oh, not much. Night off from work, and fuck it, you were live. Better pop in. Our schedules so
Appreciate
rarely
it.
meet up.
Oh yeah, man. Good to see you.
True. What are you smoking on there, Boom? Somebody asked me the other night, was it you, Jack? If I could still roll a joint. And I was like, yeah, I can. It ain't gonna be no Boom Farm joint, but I can still roll a joint.
I get a lot of credit for my joints, man. I tell you, they run like a motherfucker. I just sit here with the lighter and fix them all day long.
Seems like if you're in a circle and it's getting passed around, like today I noticed that like a lot of my joints that I passed around were like running, but if I'm just sitting here by myself smoking it, they don't run as much. It almost seems like when they kind of get hot boxed or whatever, it's like you get a good run going on there.
That's exactly what the problem is that one guy in the circle that's gonna panic and think, oh, they might not make it back. Fucking suck as hard as he can, right? Get it burning uneven. That's definitely what that is.
It's true though. It's true. Cheers, Rez.
That's going, Eagle. How's everybody doing?
Good, man.
Good.
Fuck Weed Nerd World.
I'm still awake. Normally I'm asleep by this time. It's hard to stay awake now that I don't have any plans.
You got them all down already? I was gonna ask how quickly you gotta have them out of there or whatever, but
Well, when she told me the other day, I guess I had been in drying about 12 days, my new setup. So everything's pretty much done. There's one plant that was thicker than the other that already it's not in turkey bags. So I'll one more to go in turkey bags here in a couple of days. And I only have one outside. I gave that to my buddy who is always giving me big old nugs OG. Just a smoker, likes to get stoned. Been giving me a ride for the last couple months. Won't take my money for fuel. So he's a good guy. He took about half my soil out, third of the soil of a pallet of M3 that I use. That was one-time use. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of all that. He's bringing my bags back, everything I can clean out. So I'm cleaning the outside out. It's just
sucks.
it is what it is. I was getting old. At first, yeah. You think about it, and then you go, you know what? All things work together for good, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, it's something good coming. Every time somebody tells me you can do this, I approve of this. This is my yes, and then they come back and they change later. I used to fight back and argue, and now I just sit back and go, oh, okay, go ahead and do that. I love you. I'm not going to fight you. You got your own lesson to learn here, and I'm going to be the better part of this. And I live in a medical place. Well, it's not a medical place. I live in a place that's a health range, quote unquote, nonprofit. And you just told me that you saw that I got better. You saw that I wasted away. And now you're saying, I understand that, but you can't grow here anymore. After you told me I could. You got some lessons to learn still. I've been down that road. I just gonna try to get out of the way. And so it's focused me on fixing some stuff on my camper I need to fix. Gave me a chance. I'm gonna cut the wall open that where in the room so I can run a wire that's not finished on my lighting. And just put my time into my camper, get my truck finally taken to the shop again, see if this guy can fix it right, and see what goes. Maybe there's another spot. That's the way I'm looking at it. So when she told me, when you get told something like that, she's like, it's really visible outside. I'm like, what? That right there? There's one plant back here. You want to come back here and see? And you can't even tell. Behind the mesh, you can't tell it's a pot plant. They just know it is. Could have been a tomato plant. People have misidentified it before. And she's like, well, you can't do it anymore. And she's like, and you can't grow inside anymore. I'm like, what? She said, you got plants growing inside. I said, I don't have anything growing right now. I said, as a matter of fact, I don't grow in the summertime. You know what I said I've done. I run my electric, I run my hot water on my propane, I run my refrigerator on my propane. In the wintertime, I use as much propane as I can on my cost. I run my heat in the wintertime, and there's no plants up now because it's hot. I recycle. You want to come in and see? And her husband's there, who's the half partner. He's really good. He's fixed a lot of stuff, done a lot of good stuff. It's just overprotection on their part because they're a nonprofit. The way they got their rules written, it's just overprotection. And this city is not particularly friendly to cannabis. Right outside of it, across the line in the next town, Atlanta, you can look up some really good grows that are going on in California. But here, no, they want you to register your house. They want to come in and inspect, make sure you got electrical right, make sure you got your permit for if you want to grow your 6 personal. And if you want to go outside in this county, you got everything surrounded, locked in, covered up. And I told him I'd do that before. So I put a dog crate out there. You can't see it. I said, I'll put a 10 by 10 dog crate out there. I'll put a lock on it. I'll cover it up. I'll put metal on top.
Somebody complained, I think. That's got to be it.
Well, they gave me the right, but I had that one outside, and that just gave somebody the right to speak up, maybe about something else that they don't like, right? And so, they gives them a foothold, because if you say some other things later that I won't never, you're not going to find me. Somebody said last night, name them, shame them. I'm like, you're not going to find me doing that, unless they're just an idiot in this business or in something that I need to point out. But pointing every single person out is just not right, because I've made mistakes, you've made mistakes, everybody's made mistakes. We don't want everybody doing this. But if you say something like, well, I can give you 3 days notice because of gossiping, you never gossip. You just start a power trip at me because you're the boss and now you've put this over me. Anybody ever experienced that in the job? No, I'm this. They don't say that, but they say something else that lets you know that they have an authority. And I'm just like, shit, you're coming at the wrong person. But they just spent like $40,000 on a generator. So everybody, the power goes off in California, which can be very frequently. The power automatically switch over. So they're probably thinking in the back of their head, I'm using a lot of power and that I'm doing a lot of stuff. And so they're not saying that. And I can see that. But come out and tell me that. And I've told you before, go ahead and put a power meter on mine because I'll pay the electric. What's the rent? What's electric? I'll pay it. You got it all in rent. So, there's things that you have to take consideration that's in the back of their mind. But you can see stuff on people's face. You can get that discerning spirit when you read, like, oh, you're coming at me for some other reason. You don't like whatever, but you're not going to say, and you're going to use this as the point. All right, I'll go along with you. You just broke my heart. I told this lady, I said, you know what? You broke my heart. You just said you saw that I was wasted away. I was 145 pounds. I'm 180 now, maybe 185, 190. I was wasting away. You let me do that. She said, well, you can do that. You just can't grow it. I said, you let me grow it. The other management. Well, I'm not the other management, but you were right there. Let me do it because I was wasting away and I couldn't afford it. And the freaking shit in the high desert, unflushed, most of it. Unless you know somebody and you can go to that one and get that one. If you're going random, you can forget it. They're not curing it right. They're not flushing it. Not everybody. So there's a large portion that are. But to tell me on a health branch, yeah, I see what it did for you. You can't do it anymore. You've taken that law, that standard, this thing you're trying to say you're protecting yourself with, and now come back and use this fucking hammer on the person that you just said you helped. And it's like, okay, you're a politician. Typical politician I'm used to hearing on TV, even though I don't watch TV, but that's what they do, right? They make a promise and they come back later and say, but. I'm like, what the fuck, but? Yeah, Gavin Newsom. That's what he did with cannabis. Yeah, do all this recreational. Trick all the guys into, talk them into, convince them into getting rid of medical, but, not just get rid of it, but voting on the recreational. If they wouldn't have got North California's backing on recreational, they'd have never got it. They wouldn't have got it. But they convinced those guys and those people up there and the culture down all the way down to San Francisco into Southern California, but mainly up there that we're for you. We're going to help you. But what they do, Jack's out there. He can tell you exactly what they did. Oh, wait a second. We want your land. We'll raise the price and these guys get it. Well, it's the same thing, whether it's this little person beside me or person up there. You make a promise and then you do the other. I'm just going to stand back and say, okay, something better coming for me. I'm going to go someplace else. I'll work through this. I'll bear with it. I don't like what you're doing. I'm going to tell you I don't like what you're doing, but I'm not going to fight you because you're gonna lose in the end, because it's unrighteous to put that kind of restraint on somebody, especially with total. So it help you. Now I don't want you doing it. You know, it's crazy.
Chad says you look very good in green, Raz. And I wanted to say that's a beautiful, big old fat cat you got there. I chose better words than I was going to use there, Jack. But that's a big old cat, man. A big old cat.
I can't see the cat.
I got two of them. This one's attacking
There it
the
is.
string right now. Somebody else got a cat too. Boom. Oh no, never mind. He's on the other screen, but yeah, they're both over
No,
here.
yeah, I'm
Yeah, let me
talking
see if
about
I can
yours.
turn my
Kid.
camera around. Here's a 15,
Ah,
16
nice looking dog.
pounder. The 12-pound girl.
Right on. That's good looking dogs. Healthy.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of dogs, no cats.
I like the white cat too.
That's it.
Healthy pets.
I know you
Cheers,
like
buddy.
that blonde. I know you can't tell it's blonde in the green, but that's good blonde hash right there. A dry sift, man, right off that seeded stuff. Like sandpaper.
Good evening and cheers.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah,
Cheers,
that's
buddy.
kind of bullshit. Definitely.
Oh, that
So
grapefruit
what's in the?
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just
I
gonna
just
ask
said that
Smiley what
grapefruit.
that bud was. We jinxed again. Well, somebody say something.
I figured out I'm smoking
Somebody say something.
Cherry Punch. Cherry Punch is the strain I was smoking earlier. I couldn't think of. It's Cherry AK-47, the Purple Punch. It's pretty fucking heavy. What are you up to, buddy? What are you smoking on?
Man,
Well, this is a
beautiful.
slab my friend sent me from up north of, what do you call it? It's the bubble. It's fresh frozen, but he didn't press it. It's just the bubble. It makes for good donuts in the joint. I guess you could full dab
You
it,
could-
but it's not pressed, you know?
Yeah, it's just bubble hash. Like
Yeah,
Eagle and many others wouldn't take it any further than that.
yeah, yeah.
Contend it's fine
That's
to smoke
good.
on top of a bowl or in a joint. It handles
Yeah.
itself better at temperature. Like if you press it to a rosin, it gets sappy as soon as it's like above 50 degrees. But when it's hash, it kind of, you can press it into like a coin or make a driveway out of it if you're Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. But
Yeah.
nothing wrong with rosin either. Shit, they're both fucking delicious. But I'm a flower guy 99% of the time.
See, I like it all. Oh my God.
Some Boom had some nice looking hash over there as well. Those fucking some greasy looking hash there. Greasy. What is it?
Some space bomb with the heat mat tech. So it's no pressure rosin, basically. See if I can paint some on my doobie without fucking everything up.
So you know, it's not just no pressure rosin, but no loss rosin. You know what I mean? There's no bag,
Yeah.
there's nothing left behind. So I can appreciate that.
At the same time, though, you end up with all the wax heads in there still. Like all that's the stuff that comes out in the rosin process. But she's
It was
still
good
good.
enough for me before. It was good enough
yeah.
for me before,
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
No doubt.
Part of me wonders if there's something in those waxes and lipids and shit that people winterize and pull out. The more you synthesize it, the more it starts to become like a distillate or an isolate. And I think I love flower so much because you got a lot of that stuff that we don't consider necessarily. But hash is amazing too. I love all of it. Fucking edibles, hash, oils. Give it all to me.
Well, there's definitely good things as healthy fats. Who's to say that isn't one of the healthy fats? You know what I mean? Shit, your brain's a fatty muscle. That's what I can't understand a lot of times when I see, you know, these anti-fat or, you know, lower your cholesterol in telling you to, you know, watch intakes of your fats. Well, your brain is like one of the fattiest muscles you have. That's like saying you want to like skinny or drop weight in your brain for some reason. Does that make sense? I don't know.
They're trying to dumb us down, Eagle.
Well, isn't it with fats? Some of them are bad and some of them are good for you to consume, right? And when I have one customer that has a hard candy company for years, so I have to winterize their material because when they're hard candy recipe, if there's fats and lipids in the concentrate, it fucks up the hard candy. Where if you strip that shit out, it makes like Jolly Rancher basically, and they'll stay. Like they won't a couple weeks or a month later start to coagulate because of the fats and lipids. But what I've always wondered is I filter out that globs of that fats and lipids. Like, I don't know all the terminology, but like, I think it might be a healthy fat, like one that is good for your body. Unlike some fats that are like high in cholesterol, some fats are actually anti-cholesterol and stuff like that. For some reason, I think that fats that we separate from cannabis is probably a healthy fat.
Healthier than
Just
some of the
a
shit we're exposed to. I would definitely contend that. Like there's like I would say like an avocado is a healthy fat that most people can agree upon.
Yeah.
And then you've got stuff that's like hydrogenated oils and like corn, like you know, oil and things like that.
Animal fats and stuff like that.
And they're just different qualities and your body reacts to them differently. So it's an interesting thought for sure.
Well, I remember watching this survival show and this fucking guy killed a moose and he thought, fuck, I'm set. Other than that's all he had. And the moose had no fat. So after a while, when he got down to just the meat with no fat, it was, I forget what was happening to him, but yeah, he didn't make it. It was that show Alone where you're trying to go 100 days or whatever. And he thought, oh, this guy's going to win. He fucking got a moose. Except that there's no fat in moose meat. And that's when I learned that during that show a few years ago, fat is what we need to eat. Even though some of it's bad, it's part of like, that's where the energy comes from, right? I don't know
Rabbits
a lot about
have the same problem. There's no fat in rabbits. So you can have a rabbit every day and you'll still fucking die.
Well, like up where Boom's at
Ready for winter, baby.
in Canada and like life below zero up there, a lot of these people hunt for like seals because they have blubber, which is fat, and that will help them get through some of these really harsh ass winters. It's good for cooking. It's good for making oils. It's good for consuming.
Everything.
Candles.
They do everything with your fucking blubber.
It's a mix of, they get protein from them too and oils, but like it's just a fascinating way of life. I think Buddha Boy is an Alaskan. He shares
like
a tough lifestyle.
A Southern 48 type of person. Unless I saw that on TV, I would have thought, oh, if I fucking am ever in that situation and got a moose, I'm set. But actually, you're going to die after a few months in the winter if you only have fucking meat with no fat. He was like trying to cook down the fats in the brain and cook down anything he could to get whatever fat he could. But ultimately, it was useless meat. Yeah. Which I would have thought, like, meat's meat. It's got to be good. Eat as much of it as you can. But that's actually not true.
You need a somewhat balanced diet where you're getting kind of like a plant, right? They need a little bit of everything, so to speak. And if you're lacking that critical part, it's like these people that took these ships across the ocean, a few of them really fucked up because they didn't have citrus. So a bunch of them got scurvy. And it's like everything else was fine. The sailing was fine. They didn't get caught in a storm, but their people got really fucked up because they didn't have vitamin C.
Well,
Vitamin C.
when I learned or heard about that, when they did do these sailing expeditions, because water wasn't like, they basically lived on beer. And I'm thinking, so for months on end, all these guys are on this fucking boat sailing to nowhere land, all drunk the whole fucking time.
No,
Like liquid bread, baby.
you don't get drunk all the time. The Roman legions, they drank beer in the morning, a big glass, like a liter. That's what they lived on in the morning because of the carbohydrates, proteins, everything you get out of that, and it's easy for them to produce and store. It's not water. It's not like going to Mexico and getting the shit off water.
When you drink that frequently, your tolerance sort of gets a little bit higher, and like they didn't have clean water, like you were saying, so their only option to hydrate was having either beer or wine. And if they weren't doing it to get intoxicated, they had to work. They had to do all sorts of shit throughout the ship, and so they were drinking a little bit here and there to keep them going. But it wasn't like they're getting hammered. Some people would, obviously. There's lots of little drunk sailor pirate
and ultimately water's not like, unless it's fresh and all that, is perishable really, and is only good for so long unless it's fresh. I think a lot of humans in history have been killed from bad water, dysentery and all kinds of things.
Well, back to your ship thing, but they stopped in Plymouth because they were out of beer. They were out of liquid. That's why they stopped in Plymouth. They didn't go further south, but they were planning to on the coast when they came to Prague.
I do think it's badass that I think that they've come to agree. Most historians will say at least the early sailors were only able to do it because of like hemp and hemp rope and hemp sails, because they're so much stronger, more flexible than a lot of like the other rope that was available at the time.
The pitch that they used to make it waterproof was from the hemp. Everything on the boat except for the boards was hemp.
History's proven out that the ships like carried hemp seed wherever they went, because if they got stranded or whatever, that was like the first thing that had to go down, because so many products came out of it that were used on the ship, the sails, the rope, fucking everything.
Did you say the resin? Did they use the resin on the deck?
I swear the pitch is made out of it. Yeah, the black, like they're not collecting hash essentially, but some byproduct of it makes a black tar that they were using.
Which waterproof?
What was it, 10 years ago? It was 10 years ago. They built a car body out of a resin in Canada.
Dude, Henry Ford did that. There's a video. If you type in Henry Ford hemp car, they're like banging it with hammers. It's like got a full hemp body. And it was, I guess they used like some chemical to hold it together, maybe like formaldehyde or something else. So after it was used for a while, I think it started to like off gas some weird chemical, but that wasn't really the hemp's fault. It was other manufacturing thing, but it was extremely durable. I think the problem was like even when they hit people, it didn't have enough like incursion. Like, cars now, they have the crash crumple zones. Like the hemp was so strong, when people would get hit, it would really fuck them up. And it wouldn't break. And working on it, the body being like fibers, it was different than working on like metals and things that other people had traditionally worked on. So you didn't have the infrastructure to repair them when there was damage. So you'd have to almost replace a whole shell. And it had some issues, but I definitely think.
And I also think the main issue were the rest of the industrialists were calling for eradication of hemp, and basically wiped out a whole industry in 20 years and almost eradicated the plant off the planet. At least that's what they were trying to do.
It was the same time as Prohibition, because he'd come out with a diesel that was going to come out with a combustion motor, was going to run on corn. So you got to make it, oil companies Please make alcohol legal.
You can run
What was you
diesels
saying,
on
Smiley?
hemp seed oil.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff.
No, I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say
Smiley.
Ford's a huge leader. They've always have been in alternate fuels. They were kind of the counter gas or counter big oil there. But yeah, when the laws changed, that's what shifted their gears on all that. They, but now that the hybrid not hybrid, but flex fuel vehicles and all that, that was huge for Ford. They were big in like the South American countries where that's all they run is ethanol. Like,
Diesel is still big, and hemp seed oil can be used in place of diesel. I see people cut their lawn with this. They literally just take hemp seed, press it in a press, and the oil that came out of that, they pour it into their diesel lawnmower, get it going. As long as they keep it warm enough, you have to kind of strain it, because if it's not pure enough, it'll kind of, like you were saying earlier, kind of coagulate, and the fats and lipids will make it not run as smoothly. But if you filter it or can keep the tank warm enough while it's running, it can continue to run smooth. So I think that the hemp car I mentioned earlier was even run on hemp oil. So it was like a pretty landmark thing. But like you're saying, the laws changed and times changed. And I don't know. I think hopefully we have a resurgence of that. We've seen like the oil and gas industry try to like push down multiple things.
yeah,
Hemp, cannabis.
Well, they're running out. They can't tell you they're running out. They know there's a little time period set on it. They've got it pretty much figured out how long it's going to last. But they ain't going to say that because they want maximal profits.
They always find new shit though. It seems like I've heard they just found like $12 trillion worth of gold in Africa that was undiscovered previously. So there's gonna be all sorts of wars over that shit coming up. Sadly.
Africa, that country's got everything it needs, but everybody's been raping it for years.
Well, they also today said that the world is not going to buy any gold from Russia, and turns out gold is like one of their main commodities that is their GDP. I didn't know they were so big in gold, but they are. And now the world's not, their gold's not welcome on the world market or something like that.
Their oil wasn't either, but it still got out. It wasn't directly sold. People don't admit to buying it.
Yeah.
But on a more fun topic, is anybody throwing anything new?
Yeah.
I feel like that can get a little weird and uncomfortable for a lot of people going to politics or shit. Like
everything new. Fucking every day something new. Look.
How are Smiley's Angels going?
Doing good, man. Going real good.
I see you got at least one tester.
Yeah, what? I was looking at it's still uploading. I don't know what the deal is, but
yeah, I got the hippie goggles, and wait, I can't think of the other one. Oh, the Gorilla Glue cuddler one that you sent. So I have those two going. The hippie goggles is for a week or so ahead. I could probably start taking a few clones off of them.
you still got to sex them yet then? Is it?
Yeah. They'll like once they get a couple clones, and then I'll turn them back, let them get a little bigger, turn them back.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I got the hippie goggles in flower right now, and it's looking really nice. So excited
Cool.
about that one.
I'll look for a picture for I can see what it looks like.
Yeah.
How far along is she for you, Smiley?
It's only on day 20, like 4 or something like that.
A little early still
Yeah.
to start judging. You got an idea on structure though, I guess? How much you're stretching?
Yeah.
Do you have any cross? I know you've made like a pretty decent handful now at this point. Even like though some of them, I think you only made a small amount of seeds. But do you have any favorites of the crosses you've made?
Yeah, I haven't run them all yet, so that's the thing. So yeah, I got a bunch of them to kind of get through, but as far as the ones I have done right now, I would say like hippie goggles has probably been the most popular one as far as I guess requested from people. So like they get it once and they come back going, hey, I need that again.
Can you tell me the cross on the hippie goggles?
It's Sunset Impressions from Gage Green Group to the Sky Color. That Sunset Impressions was like it was cherry pie to Louis 13, and that was like high school sweetheart to like a OGKB or something like that. I forget what they write their
Heard
lineage.
Sunshine and immediately went citrus with it. I didn't think cherry. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you flipped the sky cuddler, eh? That's what you reversed.
No, the Sky Color was a male, so they're all Reg C.
Oh, okay. The regulars. Decent.
Yeah, I used that just because of I was trying to do the outcross back cross for the Skywalker OG, and that has it in it. So, and I was talking with me and Gene about it, or Jackson about it, and yeah, so what he was telling me was really interesting about him, and he was saying that the structure is real dominant. It adds frost and structure really on a regular, but so he had really a lot of knowledge about what it was gonna traits it was gonna pass and stuff, and it was a really stable line already. So that was kind of the other thought I had, is it's like an anchor to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been working out that way, man. I give him a lot of credit because yeah, it's pretty awesome that he's like, yeah, it's gonna do this and this, and then it does,
Yeah. No, Mean Gene's cool as shit. I've seen a lot of his breeder talk things. And
He's done the work.
he's got a crazy mind for it. He can tell you strain lineage like I can tell you who this guy beat in the UFC. Like he just goes back and back and back. It's like, whoa, dude, slow down. Fuck. Yeah. No, that's pretty cool.
He's in an amazing spot to really get to see some amazing expressions of cannabis and be around other weed nerds, for lack of any better term. I mean, just a bunch of people up there that have been in this industry or around it for a long time, who have a ton of passion for it and pick some killer shit out. It's so fun to go up there. I can't wait for Eagle to get to go make his trip out there for the Emerald Cup.
I hope he does too.
And then go see Mendo Dope and basically make a round in California to see all the cool people he's linked up with.
Definitely sure it's on his list. He's got to
It'd
get
be a
all
lot of
his
fun.
equipment going, get all his cameras set up on practice runs here in Michigan, so he can go out there.
I know, man. I know. I've already started like a backpack. You know what I mean? A little bit of this started like I'll call it like the bug out. I'll compare it to like a bug out bag. You know what I mean? But for that, just checklist, everything's in there. Ready to go, grab, row.
I like it. It's gonna be cool content, really. You can, especially if you get like you did with Mendo Dope, where you get like a behind the scene kind of chill, sit down, one-on-one talk or whatever. Like,
you know what's funny is how you can put that out in the ether like that, and then all of a sudden, because I've last couple of years I've had a couple opportunities, like Vets Grow wanted me to come out there to Oklahoma and cover that event. And, I was asked to come out last year or two to cover a couple of events. I mean, formally asked, you know what I mean? But since I kind of put that out in the ether there, I've had some offers. I mean, it's like, no shit. This is, I just like I said, man, you put it out there in the ether and it's amazing how, it reverberates and comes back. You know what I mean? If you put it out there and it's, got a heartfelt vibe when you put it out, it's received. It's undoubtedly received. So things could start happening in that down that way, of life.
Do you have
that journey
a
of life.
sidekick that you plan on if you do get such a thing? You have a sidekick that is going to be your tech guy, because that's important. I trying to do production one man on the road is not as easy as you think. That's just my advice.
Oh, I can believe you there, brother. I can believe you from what little I've already done. That would be very useful.
And when you have a sidekick, when things go wrong, you can always blame them, and that's priceless. I'm joking, but yeah, it would be a team job, I think, when you start trying to set up cameras, audio, cover something. Gets hectic because it's live. You gotta hit it. You gotta hit it when
Two
it's
brains
happening.
are always better than one when you're going over that checklist, or you know what I mean. It's getting dark. You might want to take a light. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no shit. Sometimes you don't think of everything on your own.
Always nice to have somebody to cover your back.
Well, and in case they need to do like an organics takeover or something.
Yeah,
Not to.
Road. It would be cool though. I'd be down, but it'd be fun. Not my card, so.
I can go. I just have to be back here at 7, 5, and 11.
Right.
And at best, when you even got shit dialed in low, maybe 3 to 5 days is like anything past that starts getting hairball.
Sweet crickets.
My mute button was stuck. I was like, fucker. Couldn't get it unstuck.
I lost my service.
I don't know what I was gonna say. I was just gonna make noise. Like,
Did everybody? It was just me.
It's everybody.
Oh, all right.
we're all
Cheers to that.
It's a good excuse.
We'll claim that we lost service, and not that we're just stoned and sitting there with nothing to say. I think we all kind of just wanted to let somebody else take the conversation or the floor for a second. Has anybody smoked some really killer shit lately that surprised them or they weren't expecting? Something nice that you haven't had before?
That strain, that raspberry beret that I had the other day from God, I don't want to say it. You know how I am about saying fucking I want to say, oh yeah, hold on, I'll show you. They're gonna come on the show. Hold on, let me get the fucking right camera. Let me get the right camera. There we go, right there. Can you see that? Bam. That's who gave it to me. He was in the pictures with us when we were sitting there with Mendo Dope and all that. He handed me some raspberry. One of the samples in the bag he handed me was the raspberry beret. And that shit was very pleasant. So, it was something I ain't had in a while. You know what I mean? Not a terp I've had in a while, which always goes, which it did have that kind of like a light raspberry taste to it on the front end, but on the back end, it to me, a better description or a better name would have been like a raspberry lemonade, because that's what it kind of tasted like on the back end. You had a little bit of that like lemonade on the back end. Super nice, good smoke, tasted, and unique terps. That's what it stood out to me. Out of everything I had, that was by far the most unique flavor I had. Anyways.
Raspberry, never had that.
That sounds fire. I just recently got to try some Hello Jelly. It's Humboldt Seed Companies, and it's pretty good. I would say, funny enough, it's not quite raspberry. I'd say it's more like strawberry, cherry, but it's sweet and creamy. More of a daytime smoke, but definitely good smoke for sure. It smells amazing. You can smell it through like bags, which is always a good sign. Very strong nose. Anything I've had from Humboldt Seed Company, admittedly, has been very good. Their pineapple upside down cake was also kind of spot on. Like it smelled a lot like pineapple and vanilla, which was very pleasant. Good smoke. I think they have
I
heavier
did a
stuff
raspberry diesel from Humboldt. It was pretty great. It was like a bonus row thing, so it just got hashed, but it was tasty.
I think that's HSO, Humboldt Seed Organization.
Yeah,
also,
that's the one.
they're also killer. I was a tester for them. That raspberry diesel that you just talked about, my buddy grew it for a while, and I always like wanted to get the cut, but never asked. And one day he just chopped like all of his mothers and reset, started new shit, and I never got it. And I've always kind of looked for it, and it's never been in stock since I've been looking around. But it was some really killer smoke. That's like one of the brightest high. It's kind of like a sour diesel high for me, like a very uplifting, like almost like you go outside and like even if it's not a sunny day, like it feels like a brighter sunny day when you smoke that kind of herb. A good stress reliever, I guess, would be one way of putting it.
I couldn't tell you what the buzz doing anymore because I'm eating so much FSO over this batch I made these brownies. I'm just baked all the time. Now you were saying what about last week sometime about working your way up, taking edibles, doing RSO or whatever. You stop. It's just like any other thing that you put in your body. For me anyway, if I put a large amount in it and I don't have it, I'm wondering what the hell's going on. Why don't I feel good? Until I eat that brownie about a half an hour later, I'm like, okay, I feel better now because I got so much in me. I got so much of it in me now. It's like a damn 2-pack a day brownie person. Instead of 2 packs of 2 packs of brownie.
I love
it's
RSO,
good.
FSO. I need to make some more. I've got a bunch of material ready to turn into that. I just have been admittedly a little bit lazy. We actually got a little Buchner funnel and like the filter paper and all this stuff to clean the oil a little bit quicker, and we just haven't broken it out yet. I think it's a little intimidating to learn the new process. We used to just pour it through like a coffee filter and have a bunch of glasses, but it's slowly drained. It's kind of a bit of a pain in the ass. But I love that shit, man. It helps you sleep. If you heat it up a little bit, you can make it high CBN and just like pretty much knock you the fuck out.
Well, whatever this mixture is of the 3 or 4 that went together to make these 4 ounces, and I doubled the oil. What's in the recipe Tao gave me, American One gave me. I made it more oil this time. Whatever it is, I'll tell you what. My neighbor's about the guy I get buzzed with all the time. He's about 5'10", 300 pounds, and he goes through all kinds of water, works a ton. He said, "Oh, I can eat whatever you give me." He said, "Nothing you can give me can mess me up." I gave him a strip about 6 inches, 8 inches long, 5, 6, 7, 8 inches long, about this wide. Last week and a half ago, I said, "Dude, don't eat all at one time." I said, "Break it into like 4 sections." I said, "Eat the first one and let wait." And he went to work. He said, "I ate that whole thing." He said, I was wasted for 2 days. I said, I told you not to eat it all. So I gave him one the other day about like 3 by 3. I said, dude, 4 times. Just take little pieces off that, break into 4. He said, oh, he ate a piece of that. He said, dude, I ate a piece of that. He said, I was walking around the neighborhood till 4 in the morning.
Meaulflower. What is the terp of the morning? Cheers.
Cheese.
Tips in the morning.
That sounds good.
Some Amy's for breakfast.
I was gonna say I was smoking some Amy's the other day and it was cheesy.
That was the one good thing that happened. She told me I was getting ready to plant my Amy's that he gave me. I was getting ready to plant all 21. She told me that. I was like, oh shit, save them seeds. Shit, man. How's it tasting? What's the pheno, meal?
This one, it's kind of a melon, like the cantaloupe melon. And all I can say is like a sour cheese that would burn your eyes at the end of it, like a Stilton blue cheese. That's just, when you smell it, it kind of burns your eyes.
Yeah. Sounds delicious.
It is delicious. Everyone thinks it's delicious.
Everyone loves Amy.
Everyone fucking loves her. So, yeah.
Amy gets around for sure. She's well loved.
But she's some slough.
World.
On a good,
I have
no,
She's a modern woman in 2022. Don't judge her. From
I'm not
acuity.
saying that, no. She doesn't need any passports or anything. She doesn't believe in borders. Yeah.
Amy's gonna fuck around and be like the next Gorilla Glue.
She's got choices.
None of us fucking know it yet.
Hey, could be, man. It's good enough.
I kept the cut from anything in a while, and I was planning on whenever I grew them out to take a cut of every female. And I wasn't going to breed them back. I was just going to keep the females. Damn it.
She's a sophisticated lady. She's well traveled.
Yeah.
Extremely well traveled. I actually really liked it. My wife was not the biggest fan, so I'm not growing it again. But I gifted my seeds to someone in the community. Can't even remember who at this point, but they were stoked to get them. And so she lives on, look at that, got the stickers right there, buddy. I think I got some of those hanging around here. Tao's a great dude. Where the hell is he at? Tao, get on here.
Hey,
I know you're out there.
I'm
He was
keeping
waiting
them
for
right
Amy to be
in
mentioned.
front of me. If
It's like
I
early
put them
mornings,
in
right?
the cabinet with the other 200 packs of different seeds, who knows if I'll crack them right away. But if I leave it right here, I'll eventually go, okay, it's your time, which is any moment. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Right. I know.
You'll hear enough people talk about her and get interested and think, huh, I wonder, all these people grew Amy. How will she do in my garden? And what pheno will I get? Will I get some cheesy shit that makes my eyes burn?
Oh, man. I love cheese.
I definitely got heavy cheese.
I like cheese.
A little bit of citrus on mine. And then also like rubber, like a rubber ball or like.
I'm liking the cantaloupe cheese description. That sounds, yeah, cantaloupe, yum.
See, that's the interesting thing. That Salmon River, back to the Salmon River, I did the number one out of the two back to each other that didn't have any nanners. It tastes, that's what it's like. That's the one I wanted to pull a male out and breed it to Amy. But now I'm thinking, should I do it the other way? So I saw it just on the 420. Did you see that on the Grow Room 420? They were showing how the top of that bud on that cheese he had or whatever. But no, what was that? That was the
I didn't see it.
The edges as well on the
that was the cheese, right?
Yeah.
That was that one we were talking about where I threw out the London cheese, where I just threw it out to throw it out. But we were talking about the cut. But that thing on the top, it breaks off into a lot of little type of mini nugs on top of a nug, And I was like, that's what this bud does. And I was encouraged. I was like, oh shit, I've seen that before. So, what's that pheno taste like? That's what that pheno is. That the one that's the cantaloupe? Because that's what that London cheese got. I mean, I call it London cheese. That's what that UK cheese is. It kind of has that, some of that fruity, but not too much in the background with that, along with that cheese flavor. But I've only ever had one pheno, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out though, guys. I got a early morning again tomorrow. I'm crashing.
Chill out, Smiley. Continue, dude.
Smiley.
Good to see you
Yeah,
guys.
Smiley, have a good
See
one,
you
bud.
later, Smiley.
Later, Smiley. Have a good one, brother.
What other plants do that? Are there any other well-known plants out there that do that when the bud gets towards the end of it, right before it turns red, gets any red on it, starts breaking off of those little tiny nugs on top of it. It's just, it was wild, man. It's a cool looking plant.
This bud structure on this one is kind of lots of stacks of colaxes, like balls and balls of colaxes, like fluffy, like
Yeah.
like really prominent structure of the colax itself. Like it's lovely. Really, and then a unique
man,
kind
to
of
be,
hatchy hatch as well. Yeah.
I
Like
was
you can
saying that
really,
the
like,
other
after
night
you-
there, Meow.
After you scissor hatch, you know, you're really kind of covered. You really kind of need gloves with it as well, which I didn't. I find the gloves are a bit irritating. You know?
That just gives me a
Oh,
reason
I
to
got a
rub
tip
my
for
finger.
you. If you
Yeah,
take
I
like
rub that
an
stuff off.
inspection glove, they call it, like get a white
Yeah.
cotton inspection glove, put that on your hand, then put your latex or nitrile over that. It fills up all that extra stuff. It's like wearing a pair of socks. Absorbs all the sweat from your hand, changes the glove game. It's beautiful.
Thank you. That's a game changer. Thank you. See, that's what we were waiting for. Little nippets like that. It's
a good
the
thing.
small little things that make the difference.
It's just the littlest fucking things like that that you'd never think of, and some old timer will come up to you and go, "Oh, you're doing it wrong. Check this out." And you're like, "Holy shit! All I ever do is cut the tips off of fingers holding buds." Right? Like, fuck, that's not better. Now all the sweat is on that bud. Right? Terrible. Yeah. No, it changes the game.
Oh man. I don't know. I kind of like peeling it off my fingers so I can smoke it.
Yeah, but it's when it gets in your eyes and it gets like that's when it
Yeah.
stop burning you. It's like
Eyes is over. Yeah.
I've
There's
made that
something about it
mistake.
in your eyeball that just
I've
doesn't,
made that
it
mistake.
won't go away.
Oh shit, somebody just said I shouldn't do that. Holy fuck, that burns. It's worse than Tabasco.
This is one of my last
especially
nugs.
with the cheese, it's like really gets into you. Whatever it is, it's like an agitation or something.
Like it's in your sinus.
You get trouble.
almost.
Yeah. But that must
Well,
be
you
a
get
thing
that
for
grit.
the plant, you know, for it to, you know, to draw
I think
in.
there's like a nerve, like the vagus nerve or something that it's stimulating. But
Is that to attract animals and insects, or is that it's definitely not for human, even though we've attracted to it. You know?
it could be to repel in some cases.
In that's yeah. Because
You're just
you
prone to
know,
love
they
it.
kind of I notice the smell is more after lights go out and the plants perforate, you know.
Yeah, when the
But
lights aren't
that's
beating
when
down
you
on
kind
it.
of get, yeah, you get a lot more when they off gas or they just after the day. It's a lot more smellier.
You know, it's funny. I'm probably just being suggestible, but or maybe the cure has changed this. Amiasis. This is like literally my last nug in a big ass jar. But the citrus I was describing earlier is like lemon. It could be, I guess, when it's mixed with such a heavy amount of cheese, it kind of comes off as cantaloupe. If you said cantaloupe first,
Yeah.
but like I've never really heard someone say cantaloupe, so I never put that. I don't eat cantaloupe. It's not really in my wheelhouse of terps or aromas generally. So
Definitely not in
It's
ours over in
funky.
this country either, you know.
the cheese though that you described, the nose stinging cheese, is like very, very, very present.
It's cantaloupe.
It's in the foul side of cheese. In the foul,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
the
it's
crank
funky.
end of cheese. Yeah,
Yeah.
funky.
Oh,
For
rank.
people are looking and it's got blue, you know, it'll have funky cheese on it and or mold on it. You know.
That cantaloupe. Because I come from a town that's famous for cantaloupe. It's cantaloupe, but it's more like a mixture of, if you ever walked into a produce area where they're all putting off their gases. Almost sometimes what you're talking about, what I've smelled, it's like a mixture of those, right? You can smell the cantaloupe. There's like the other ones that are on the shelves in the background. I can't really pick out which ones. Because the cantaloupe has that super sweet, right? If you take the same thing, you don't get the same pungent out of a watermelon, but you get that watermelon would be sweeter. But that cantaloupe is, what else is that in? That's kind of like in cucumbers, right? Would that be the same terpene?
Maybe some of it all. A lot of it has limonene, which is shared with orange, lemon, grapefruit, any citrus for the most part.
Here's the grapefruit, man. I
Mango.
like the grape.
I mentioned it last night, but yeah, I smelt this plant. I guess it was 2 days ago. My friend has Mike Larry, and it was like 4 weeks in, and yeah, unique. I smell a lot of things over. Nothing I ever smelled was like that. And then he gave me some clones of it. I don't think he knows, so it's not asking him might not be the answer. But so I did a little research, and yeah, it's Skunk Master Flex, and then there's Mike Larry, and then there's Mike Larry V2. And when you really look at the lineages, they're considerably different. And I assume maybe this is V2, but like, yeah, I guess I might never know really, because you know it's just a clone that got passed to along the pipeline.
Well, what are the lineages? Isn't he working with the male?
Well,
with
like one big
GF8?
difference in the two, and I've grown these each, so I know there is a difference. Gelato 41 and Gelato 45. So the V2 is got Gelato 41, and then the Paris Larry is different than Larry, yeah, I'm not Mr. Up to date on all these names. What I was kind of looking for and I noticed that's not, they never, is there a way where they put the date of when, like when was verse 1 and then when was verse 2? When was that info uploaded? When was that a strain that officially got put up there? Like what month and year? Because sometimes I think that would be helpful information, but it's not part of the information.
A lot of those guys not going to tell you anymore. After what's the name of the company came in and took all the genetics and put them in file, they don't want you knowing that.
Like even simple thing like on the big dead archive of music, you can click a bunch of different things like most listened to or most downloaded, but then they have the one date order of the shows, but then they have another one that's when it was uploaded, like when that information was there. And I noticed with this cannabis info, they leave that out, which I think if it's a historical document that's going to be looked back on, that should be information. Like just out of curiosity of like, well, when was this strain hit the scene? You know,
what's the name of the company that did that?
Skunk House.
No, the one that eat with not with the whole program where the guys came in. They said,
Phylos.
there you go.
Phylos.
When those
Well-
guys did that, that's why I haven't asked him directly, but that's why they stopped. They gave them so much, but after that, they're strange. You won't find them in there because they're not putting them out there.
Well,
those guys aren't putting them out there.
the two databases that come up when you look strain information up is either, what is it, Leafly or whatever, right? And
Seed
what's the other
finder.
one? Seed Finder. And
Seedfinder.eu. That's the money right
like, I got to
there.
be honest, I looked at both of them and it's word for word, meaning the description is the exact same paragraph. So it was put in.
Copy and pasted.
And, you know, I don't know. It's something's better than nothing. But a lot of times when you try to find out some information, you go down these rabbit holes of where you realize, yeah, it's not.
What you get from
That's-
Seedfinder and Leafly and all
Yeah.
those things is just pretty much
Yeah.
what was written on the pack, right? Someone's not really, you can look for a review on it. Sometimes they have people that have grown it, like down at the bottom, but they're not gonna grow it out and review it themselves and then post it to the
Well,
website.
Even wait, because I weird things catch my eye, like in the effects, people said it's calming and then it's talkative. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. Like calming and talkative are kind of way on the different side of the fucking spectrum.
I don't know. I could be chill
Well,
and chatty.
Yeah, all these things can be
That's
interpreted.
because you're Canadian there, bud.
Oh, those
Ah, you
freaking
got
auto
me.
smoking Canadian.
That's why, man. Yeah, you smoking auto,
Now, the
man. You
only
get all
person
chatty.
missing tonight
It's
is
just like a cup
fucking
of tea.
Greenfinger. Where's Greenfinger?
Oh,
They
they're
probably just-
both here. They
Greenfinger's
fucking were
here.
getting high under the bleachers. Fucking show up at the same time.
Oh, there's Greenfingers. Oh, good.
Then so what is SoCal jumping in now, or who else we missing? Smiley already popped off.
SoCal's a
He's
worker
back.
now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's got
he's
the
a
5
fucking-
a.m.s. He said. Fuck that.
Yeah. Either way, buddy, what does this Mike Larry have that you don't have in your category, right? In your stable, man. You know,
Well,
doesn't
when
matter
I smelt it, I was
what
like,
they bring
damn,
out.
that's like some unique fucking smell that's not something I've smelled before. So
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
see how it translates as it finishes. But
In the categories, would you put it in like fruity, gassy, earthy, floral? Like, what realm would you say it's falling
like I
in?
remember thinking like Indian incense, like India,
Like Nag
and
Champa?
not Nag Champa, an array of Indian incense. Like
when you walk
have you
through
ever
a
gone in
store.
a place that same company, Nag Champa, they have like 100 different scents, and
Yeah.
some stores or head shops carry them all.
Mhm.
Like that same brand, that same one, Nag Champa style, but all these different flavors or whatever. That's like sort of that, but creamy under. Yeah, it was a lot. There was some complex shit going on, and I'm the worst person to describe like that. I just know it wasn't like, oh, it smelled like this. It smelled sort of like this.
Yep.
You know, like in a lot of things at this point in time is like that. Like, I don't know if it's a connection, but this Betty White, and I don't know the lineage of that at all, but looking at it, so it's kind of like a cookies. Like there's, I bet you, without knowing, there's somewhere in the lineage is the cookies, because I kind of see that and smell it, you know. But the one I'm talking about, no, it wasn't like, oh, and I've grown Larry way back when the first Larry, when it was Cali Connections Larry. It's good.
Is that the first Larry? I thought the first Larry came from Ken.
Well, I don't know, but dude, at that time,
Ken
put a
Estes?
lot of things into seed form and made them available. Whether he created those strains, no, but he in 2009 and 10 was guy that had a huge booth.
He was one of the
Swinging.
earliest.
Yeah. And a lot of his shit when he had it right was fucking bomb. When things got sidewards and he got too big for what was happening and lost control, quality control and shit. Yeah, it caught up to him. But there were a few years where, holy fire.
I also
everything.
think his packaging was
Deadhead
easy
OG.
enough that a lot
Oof.
of people were just duplicating it, right? There's a
Knocking
lot
it
of-
off. Yeah. 'Cause he was
uh,
huge. He was a
yeah.
huge name. He
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
flying
I
around on
remember.
private jets. Like, he made a shit ton of
yeah,
money.
I mean, he's my friend. He's got like he was like putting on like at the cup. He would also just decide to put on the entertainment, like the music thing, which a couple of the years were like, fuck, I don't know what he would spend. He was one of the first people who would spend a lot, but I think it's 2009 or 10 before they moved to San Bernardino. The first one was in downtown LA in this building like on the other side of the freeway. And I remember it was like no one knew what was cool or not. There were black and white cops walking around. Like for the most part of that day, no one sold anything. And I remember there was all these people around this Cali Connection booth. He had that guy Adam Ill, and it was like the whole spectacle, right? And then I was standing there, this huge line, when like whoever said whatever, and Swerve said, yeah, let's do it. And he started selling fucking seeds in that line. And that was like the first, that was it. Like even the second day of that event, oh, everyone realized, okay, you know, but then that was it at that place. The next year we were scheduled to be there, and like a week before it got canceled for some reason. We moved to San Bernardino. And then, yeah, that was when you went to a cup. The biggest spectacle for a few years was Swerve. A lot of people just mimicked his thing, like, oh, he would have double-decker booths and
Still
this
mimicking
fucking
it to this
shit.
day. I mean,
Yeah,
he
you know.
he was one of the pioneers of the early cannabis shows. I mean, before him, you had like Neville and Ben Dronkers and the Sensi Seed guys and the
And
fucking
what I
Holland
learned with him was,
scene.
and this is your worst thing that can happen is the success where now the demand on these particular SKUs is so high, you got to recreate them. And even though you still have the same female and the same male, you still have those, right? Oh, they might be a generation down in clone or whatever, but you have them. You make seeds again the second time, and there's no guarantee it's going to come out like the first time. You know, beyond Hermes and all the other things, when you stop testing and your demand was so high that, yeah, you just had to try to fill the demand. Right, you know, and yep, he's like an example of exactly like, yep, when that success starts rolling, that's when you really got to double down on things like quality control. And
It's
I don't
tough
know,
because
I
when you
like-
scale up, it changes. Things change. You might want to, you made 10,000 the first time, and you might want to make 100,000. So you do more lights, but then things change in the room. It's a little hotter, like Eva says. Maybe Barry White's playing in the background. Your reg seeds, maybe instead of being
hey, my
50-50 or
experience with him
60-40.
is I rocked hard with him for 5 years. I won a cup with it, right? And I had 3 places, like about 60 lights, 20 at each place. That was big back then, 2010 to 15. And then all of a sudden in 2015, like I call it late Hermes. It was like, oh fuck, one place, the other place, fucking this strain, that strain, this, that. And yeah, like it went from, it was riding high on all the fucking different varieties. Oh, it was riding high. And then it went south. And my response to it was, yeah, I got rid of everything except like a few things and hunkered down and just ran those, and then used my network of friends to take in clones from people that, you know, already proved them out until COVID. And I decided, oh, hey, let me check in with all my old friends that are still around. mainly James Loud, and one thing led to another. Next thing you know, I have like fucking hundreds of packs of seeds that I want to crack, and at least like 15 or 20 varieties going through in the last couple years where I'm like, it's insane.
Did you ever grow his Deadhead OG swerves?
Fuck yeah, I'm a deadhead. So like,
I figured.
it took me 3 different packs to find a keeper inside that. And one of the only seeds or varieties I ever created came out of this in 2015. And it was the black water cut that I got the cup with, and the dead water Hermie. And I had these seeds, and I sprouted some of them, and it turned out that I found a keeper in there, and I called it Dead Water. And I ran that up until just a year or two ago. That and the black water, I ran that for years. And the Dead Water was bigger and not as purple. And yeah, it was solid as fuck, and it was made from a Hermie. So, you know.
Did you ever sell any of that Deadhead OG to stuff up in Vista, like the shops?
Yeah, I mean, I had my 1 or 2 people. The shop was my boy Jordan served the different incarnations of the shops in Vista. And the one shop, the kid that managed it, what's his name? Him and my buddy, I had this big warehouse thing going for a few years in Vista until the fire department wanted to do an inspection, and then that ended. But yeah, I used to sell a lot of weed that I grew called garlic, and this is before garlic and GMO. How I ever got that strain with my buddy who just passed away a couple months ago, Scott. We called it garlic because we met the guy in a gas station in Gilroy, which is where the garlic festival is. And when you get anywhere near that fucking town on the freeway, your eyes are going to water because they're fucking growing miles of garlic there. And that's why we called it garlic. Like, it wasn't that, oh, the shit smells like garlic. We always just nicknamed it garlic because that day that we were sitting there waiting for this dude, and we called it garlic. And then it's weird, like, I got rid of that strain a few years ago, but I grew that for like 20 years.
Damn.
In this area. Like,
cheers to Captain 420, and I don't know if Greenfinger said hello, but we did see you pop in there. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Cheers, everyone.
Good morning, Robert.
So what's happening in Thailand today, my friend?
Well, I'm not sitting underneath a coconut tree, so my phone probably won't go dead because I've got it plugged in. Went out and stopped by the bank, got my first Thai bank account, got that rolling, got some money in there, and stopped by the flower market to check on the local supply dealer there, who's a really cool old guy, and give him a joint. I'm gonna go back tomorrow and see what he thought of it, and then show him the big bag of seeds I have. Because turning out now, I can grow 10 plants in Thailand.
That's awesome.
10 THC plants.
And Thai plants get 20 feet tall easy.
Oh yeah, but all the ones I'm gonna get hopefully aren't gonna be over like 7-8 feet tall. Because I really want to see what like an indica or a heavy Afghani will do here in northern Thailand with the extra UV light and the extra temps and the swings of the temps. I think there'll be a little bit similar to Afghanistan in the time that I want to flop them out. But I really want to see what the UV light adds to the plants. I've grown them for years and years and years under HPS, and Now let's go
Well, I think-
someplace where it's nice and tropical and we've got a lot of UV light.
The exciting part about what's happening there is that the citizenship is actually going to speak in the next year or two of what they like, right? I mean, like even that menu you showed had apple fritter and cookie and this and that. Oh, I'm sure those have branding and they've heard of it or what, but for all you know, you could get that Death Star going and it could take over and be like the fucking weed that the Thailand people decide is what they like. Because they're going to end up liking something. Just like cheese is real popular in Europe. Each region has like a certain thing they like. Or it might be Thai weed is what they like.
I actually seen about 12 samples from a village. There's a village here in Chiang Rai, Providence, that literally grows, every family grows a different strain of weed. So it was nice to see that, but they have to improve on the drying techniques, because I think in the drying techniques, because everything basically smelled the same, just like hay. It needs to improve on the drying techniques, and I think that village would be rocking it.
I mean, bottom line, to improve on that, they need to build rooms that are like we do here, that are climate controlled and all that. There's no way around it, especially in a place that has super humidity and all the weather. They need climate controlled drying chambers, or it's going to smell like shit.
Exactly. You're going to lose all that terpenes. You know, I do get the stuff. I have gotten some stuff recently that, you know, has been dried in a room that had an air con. So they were drying in rooms with air conditioners. And the terpenes on that were just fabulous. It was like, wow, okay. Yeah, those are great. They're lemon. I hate them. But yeah, it's got a nice sesquiterpene all the way through the joint. It tastes that lemon lime is what I had the other night. It was a nice light lime green flavor bud itself.
Well, I know that there's some like-minded Thai growers that I hope you network with. And yeah, I can't wait to see what comes out of Thailand and I can't wait to smoke Thai weed again, which I think that will happen.
It'll most definitely happen for you, bud. We'll definitely get you some there.
I want to come see you in fucking person down there. I know you're living the resort life now, but even at your little setup, the place you rent.
Hey,
Fucking awesome.
you want to come stay at this resort, you know, 9 days for $220.
That's a hell of a lot cheaper than where I'm staying now.
I mean, it's a weird term, but as I coming up on 60, and I've watched a lot of information on this. I'm going to be an expat. It's just a matter of when and where. Like I've seen enough. Like even people on Social Security and older trying to survive in the United States. It's not doable. Where that same little income, you're living like maybe not like a king, but you're living pretty solid in a whole bunch of places around the world, and most of them have a happiness factor way higher than we have here. All we have is stress fucking factor in the United States.
I agree with that, bud. I mean, yeah, I'm seeing myself on the camera here, and it's not like I was sitting back in that chair back in cold ass Ohio. The happiness factor is 100 times better.
Yeah, San Diego beats
And it's
Ohio
hot
too.
as shit here. And it's hot as shit here too. And it'll rain in about a couple hours, but you know, I get that.
That's the tropics. You're more like Florida than, I guess, weather-wise than anywhere else probably in the U.S.
Until we hit like October, and then there's no rain until like April 1st. So yeah, we're kind of like Florida. It's very hot and humid. I've got to watch what I grow because of that, even during the cold time, because it does get quite cold here at night, and all that humidity in the air and the moisture in the air. It's going to play havoc with some buds, but
Well, I
think
mean,
we'll
that
work it
isn't
out.
that why Thai weed is acclimated there, because it's open structure, thin buds, no density really, and those, in my experience, even myself look for open structure in my area because I get the marine layer, and dense indica buds usually have bud rot because of that. Where a couple of the strains I've gone with is because they have open structure.
Well, the thing is here where I'm at in Chiang Rai, I'm actually going to try to get 3 harvests out of 1 harvest season for Thai here. And it's that middle harvest that I'm worried about. That's going to be building structure in December and finishing at the end of January, beginning of February, is because of the really cold nights and the moisture in the air. It's if I have that looser bud structure during that time, soon as it hits like 6:30, we're already talking, it's already jumped 20 degrees. By the time I hit 7:30, 8:30, we're already at 80 degrees, 85 degrees. So, it will dry out quick, but you can't go heavy during those times. You go heavy during the buds, and like you said, you're going to get bud rot.
I think that's a misconception, thinking that, the outdoor bud, you have to have that fluffy airiness. It's obviously beneficial, does dry quicker, but what I found
always mean fluffy.
In a certain environment,
enough.
Major, in the tropics where it's raining
Right.
like hell,
well,
it's different than in Canada.
I don't think it is. I think the better structure is the hard, dense structure that beads off all that rain.
Well, but wait,
I know you have to find the right cultivar that has that resistance
the strains that we pretty much know are that way. The indicas from Afghanistan, Pakistan, their average humidity annual is 5%.
Right.
Like, so those plants, like even Bubba Kush, I remember that plant was so prone to powdery mildew and molds and shit. Well, it had no acceptability. Like,
it's not just the structure, though.
Didn't like, it came from a region that never saw 50% humidity. So it, like back then I wasn't smart enough to think, we'll try to run it at super low humidity and see what happens. But I think that most of those strains come from a region that has 0 humidity.
Well, that's
we're
one of the
talking about
reasons
strains.
why I want to grow the strains during the time of year where it doesn't rain. So the only type of humidity I'm really fighting is at the nighttime when the sun goes down and the cool temperatures come out of the mountains. Because if there was rain periodically through, then I'd be looking totally different. I would not think about Afghanistan strains here. But I am.
Why are we talking land race strains, though? All right, we're talking about hybrids and things that have been worked by people.
Mine still come out when I throw my Afghani out. There's 2 different. There's a little bit taller and a little bit shorter one. Not all of us have hybrids and everything. Some of us still have the real genetics here, buddy.
The real genetics.
Well, some people prefer that, Major, and Afghani is like a one word that covers like 10 or 15 different strains. If you look at like Afghan _selections, they have like Kushkak and a bunch of different regions like Bangor and different regions of Afghanistan where the plants are different colors, from like a red to a deep black to dark greens. Where they have plants that are actually tall and kind of more, not a hybrid looking leaf, but like not narrow leaf. They have gotten shit from other regions and crossed it into their stuff, but there's the really short squatty bushes. There's the places that are completely like dry farm deserts where the plants almost look like an auto, where it's like a foot tall, but then they have like human size, like, 5 to 6 foot tall plants that are
Well,
nice.
we probably follow and watch the same thing. There's a couple, this guy Baba,
Baba, yep.
he's in country, and he shows you the different villages and the culture that's really going on over there. I assume in the highlands or the lowlands or whatever in Thailand, out in the country living, there's the same kind of culture. It's just been hidden for the last 30, 40 years due to the laws. And yeah, the same thing. There's like families, and like Cap was saying, the village where each person, that's the same thing as the way they do it in Afghanistan. Like, oh, this family and village grows that one purple strain, and oh, down the road 20 kilometers, they grow a different one.
The different microclimates determine a lot of it. And then also, like, if they're growing it for hash, or like most of them are not growing it for flower. So like in Afghanistan's case, it's almost all going to hash. And some of those places, they plant them really tight together, where it's like one bud next to another bud next to, they throw out a full seed field.
I imagine the last 40 years of war has taken its toll on the cannabis grower culture. I mean, from what I understand,
this year is fucking it up right now. It's like, I hate to say,
even the last time when the Taliban was in control the first time, they made it that you would get basically beheaded if you were caught as a cannabis farmer, because the law was that even you were supposed to grow opium, right? And if you didn't grow opium and you still grew cannabis, that was a problem with the Taliban.
It's the opposite right now. From the communications I've had from the people over there, they said they're going to leave the weed people alone, but they're going after the opium farmers.
Well, if I was ever like go on like my dream cannabis tour, like homage, it would be to Afghanistan. Like, just over all my life, the best weed, the best taste. I'd like to see that firsthand. Like, even seeing what I see on the Instagram is amazing. Like, but like, because of war, most likely, probably not anytime soon is people going to be able to go there freely, or without risk.
Not people that look like you or I, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think we're welcome there or ever will be. So
you'd be surprised. I guess Vietnam, they're very friendly to Americans apparently. And not too long ago, there's a not so friendly exchange there between the two countries. And I think they're getting more cannabis friendly too, aren't they?
Yeah, Vietnam is actually very cannabis friendly, and they're very open to us Americans. It's not like, we went over there and really fucked up their country and left it in a shambles, and they just don't want us back. A lot of them do like us. There's no real hate there. Not that I've heard from people traveling. I haven't been there yet. I was supposed to go there right before COVID locked us all down. Literally, I was supposed to leave 3 days before COVID locked down all the countries here.
That sucks. I have a little insight onto why they might not hate the US as much as maybe some other countries, but the way that they have like museums over there with a bunch of our firearms, the US weapons and planes and everything that happened during the war, they've put into museums, and they feel like they really won. They were the winners in the exchange. Like, we didn't really accomplish very much. We tried to fuck a bunch of shit up, but the way that they've, framed it to their people, and I think kind of objectively in history, if you look at it, didn't really do too much. And they've got a bunch of our shit over there. You can watch YouTube videos of people going through these museums, and they're like, look at all of these American firearms.
Well, I saw a thing that kind of said that it's a generational thing. So now that we're like a whole 2 generations away from the war, and a lot of those the younger people embrace the modern world and just want to be you know, a vibrant country. You know, and I think just like you see with the states and even counties and cities, like usually what happens even with the places that haven't passed laws yet, there's pressure or they end up getting on board because what they see the money that's there, like, oh well, like even in North County, like that's sort of what's happening here. Finally, Vista and San Marcos, and once that domino falls, and same with the state,
Oceanside.
right? Same with countries. At this point, like, yeah, there's still weird treaties. We're not sure where the Fed position is, but they don't have much ground to argue because like the South American countries already made arguments that weed's basically legal in our country. And like when Mexico changed their laws, like, cause we have them in this crazy treaty from like the 50s. Not we, the UN. It's a UN treaty. It's like an anti-narcotic world, and there's been additions to it. But most every, you know, country that's part of the UN has all been in this anti-drug, narcotic treaty for 60 fucking years, and cannabis is in that.
At the very end of it, one little word, hashish.
Yeah.
Doesn't say cannabis, it says hashish.
Right. And it's outdated.
Yeah, it's an opiate word.
And you've seen countries like Thailand and Colombia and different ones, like we don't have that same superpower and that we did so many years ago, where you didn't really want to go against what us, because then you lose funding or you lose bit. Like we don't have that same power like we used to.
It's the same law.
Give a fuck.
The same law that if I get caught here today in Ireland is that law from that's handed down, the Misuse of Drugs Act. Yeah, basically. So that's what they get you under, and it's all then back to that one, then back to the UN until they change that law where we can't change our laws here. So basically, yeah, it's the UN fucking us over.
And as far as I understand, like the whole of Europe, when Germany, if Germany changes, which I don't know how true it is, but Berner claims to be brokering 2,000 pounds between Canada and Germany legally. So that must mean something's changing in Germany. If Germany changes, I assume that will be the rest of Europe will just all follow suit.
Yeah, Germany, I think it's sometime around October, November, there's going to be a big statement, because that will have given Germany the 9 months or something to get their program in order. You know, they'd be ready to release it to the public. So,
well, just like when it comes to manufacturing, the Germans don't mess around. So I imagine they could grow some good cannabis if given a chance. Like,
yeah, but they don't want to. I don't think they want to grow cannabis in Germany. I think they're still hung up on that side of things. They'd rather let
like
Canada, let Canada supply. You know, like let a country already or. All I can say is that there's a lot of weed coming into Ireland at the moment through the medical system, but there's like 3 or 4 different companies. There's a Canada company, there's an Australian company.
And ultimately,
and
that's
Spanish
probably
company.
Because they realize ultimately that they can't compete. Like the price is going to be better from these other countries than what. And I know they're really trying to be energy conscious. So like, I don't think they would be like, yeah, 600 light grows. I don't think they'd be going with that, because they're really trying to like be environmentally sound with power.
Plus, it will take like 3 years for even on an organic thing of growing organically over there, for it to come to market. You know, by the time they do all the testing, by the time, you know yourself,
that's how it is here.
The hoops that they're going to have to jump through, you know.
To get your land organic, if it wasn't organic before, it's like 3 to 5 years in the US. But I agree. Yeah. There's so much red tape with Germany. I think that they're going to continue to import if they're currently already doing that. I know other countries are doing that. Canada is exporting, Colombia is exporting.
That's the little loophole that they can do that they're not actually doing, but they're using other, like, if you're a medical patient there, you can get your it looks good enough. Like it's a lot different than it was 3 years ago. Let me tell you that. So people are actually getting quality. It's not moldy weed, and it's not like broken down, like where it's just like, oh, pure trim, worse than trim. Like you wouldn't give it, you know. If I put it out in my compost pile, you'd be, you know, you'd be going, you fucking mean, fuck, you know, feed me.
Well, I mean, just like with like fruits and vegetables, right? Yeah, the locally grown stuff is better. I've never had like Mexican, any of their fruits or vegetables, but they're okay. And like, and they get better, like even avocados, they've gotten better over the years.
They grow the best blackberries, dude. I'll say that.
Like, and you know, NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement, it's only like 3 pages long. It's not that complicated of a thing. It basically has no restrictions, none, on trade. Like that, even like the avocado business would be a perfect example where you could have kept the American avocado business thriving if you limited how much they could import. But no, we don't have any limitations, free trade. And if we make cannabis legal here as a federally legal, they have every right to import it, unless we would have to say, oh, it's the free trade agreement excluding cannabis. Which, yeah, there's a lot of places there.
With the shortage of water.
Mexico's a narco state run by the cartel, and like.
And with the shortage of water, like in Canada or in Cali, yeah, that's gonna, they say, is coming. Do the bigger businesses then like be able to come in and say, like, to the government, say, well, we need it, we've been here established more, turn off the cannabis industry?
Here's the thing. California's already made deals, man. Here's the thing. We have a desalination plant. The biggest one in the entire planet isn't here in San Diego, where they can take the salt water and turn it into fresh water. It's expensive, but we have 40% of our energy comes from solar power, which is pretty much fucking free. They've already paid for the infrastructure. The other 60% is coming from renewables as well. So our energy cost versus like what we're getting out of it here is relatively small versus what we're benefiting from. So. But
I mean, all these.
We other have back alley deals with water, though. We have our own water, like deals from fucking Colorado, where we get fresh water shipped in, and then there's large. If you look deeply enough into it, there's documentaries made about the whole California water situation.
But
how are
the
you
best
supposed to
ones
get
on
to buy the water,
Netflix.
don't you? For your outdoor grow, like in Cali, that's going.
Everyone buys water,
expensive, isn't it?
Well, okay, there's a documentary that you should watch if you care at all. It's called The Greatest Theft in History, California Water. It's on Netflix. And it really boils down to this fucking guy called Resnick, okay? Who, it was the Franklin Mint in the 70s, made all this money with those fake fucking coins. And when some tax thing happened, when Carter or Reagan, he and his accountants bought up most of Kern County, southern San Joaquin Valley, just as a tax shelter. They didn't even grow crops that far south. It was oil by Bakersfield and all that. They pumped oil. But
he was diversifying to fight inflation.
Yeah. And then just so happens as the world changed, he's privatizing water. This guy is literally making money selling LA and San Diego water at a profit, because what he's created with the almonds, the pomegranates, in an area that they didn't even really grow in southern San Joaquin Valley. That's where they put in the almonds, all these completely unwater-wise crops. Almonds, they flood it like a lake. Like the miles of the grove, they flood it like a lake to water it. He blows through all the water because he is the deepest aquifer. And in the San Joaquin Valley, whoever has the deepest is in control. And turns out he does. So he blows through all of his water. And when it's cheap from the in the winter time, he buys water from the aqueduct, fills up his aquifers, and then in the summer sells it to LA. It's like plain as day. It's very corrupt. He has the water board and all this stuff. And when you watch this show and you realize, and then they explain, oh, this isn't that uncommon of a concept because Australia has privatized water long ago. And the back end of the show shows what that did to Australia, right? When you make water a profitable, profit-driven commodity that is driven like that. And then even if you drive on the California aqueduct, there's these temporary pipelines that are run on the side of it, been there for years. That's Resnick, because farmers in the north have gotten to a point they can sell their water to him, right? And make more money than the risk of growing a crop in the northern part of San Joaquin Valley, right?
He ripped up a bunch of his almond trees, healthy ass almond trees, because he found out it was 1 gallon of water per almond. And then he started planting stuff that was more water efficient.
And if you watch this, you would, and I watched like 5 years ago, and I'll tell the story to anybody, but his company is called Wonderful Company. And they sell the pomegranate juice for like $10 a little bottle. Every part of the almond milk business is created by him. He's 90% of it. Fuji water. There's a bunch of products. All of them, he uses this advertising scheme of like, it's healthy and it's this and it's that. But him and his wife, and they're like 90. They're the crooks of all crooks, man. And they're in the top 10 richest people in the fucking world, the Resnicks. Like they're up there. You don't hear them publicized. They don't want any publicity. They already, if more people knew this story, it wouldn't exist.
It's getting out there now, that documentary. I saw it, and I know a lot of other people. I think it was on
It
Netflix.
made me mad as a native Californian and understanding all that. And even that show, and since then I have a different perspective in the area I live in, where I've grown up. This is the fucking desert without
Dude, they went
water.
deeper. Even before that deal, they went back and showed how California was crooked from the fucking jump. Like all the way back to the very beginning.
Yeah,
This has just been a
it all
crooked ass
started
state.
with that water. Without that water, nothing in Southern California could have developed. And San Diego is the last stop on the train. So like, as you see these reports in Colorado River and ours, that the water level is like sinking and sinking and sinking. When they finally go, hey, we don't have enough water anymore, the last place will be the first place. Like, meaning, like San Diego has problems that way. That's why we have so much money in that desalination plant.
And solar. We have giant ass solar farms.
Because we don't have our own resources, basically.
We're like an island, dude. We might as well be fucking Hawaii over here, but we're just attached to the US. We've got so much shit is imported.
Solar and renewable energy and all that, that's totally doable. Like worldwide. Like
they're doing
every
it, dude.
roof. Yeah, it's slow. The rollout's slow, but
it's because of battery production. There's only so much material. They got to store this shit somewhere.
I remember hearing this story that China had developed basically like a paint that they could paint on roofs and connect it, and it was like a solar paint. I heard that years ago, but I don't ever see that product developed. But like that would make it like, yeah, fuck every
I'll say
roof.
this,
or
like Tesla, and admittedly I own their stock, so I'm biased, but Elon Musk is going around selling these mega packs, which are giant ass batteries, and he's also does solar. They bought Solar City. He got sued for buying it because it was like a family member's company or something. But solar is related to electric vehicles because people use them to charge their cars. And so they got into solar, but it's not just for home use. Mostly like here in San Diego and other places, they have giant ass commercial setups. So people like
Dude,
myself who rent don't, I
and
can't put solar panels on my roof, even if I wanted to. My landlord's not going to let me. I'm renting. So
dude,
living in a
in
place
little
where
ass Fallbrook, there's more than three, but there's three pretty big laundromats, right? Because that's like, yeah, people, the Latino community, whatever, they use the laundromats. Two of them have those Tesla power, brand new. It's like the most beat up fucking laundromat. It's been there 30 years, but on the side and back, they have one of these giant ass brand new Tesla. It says Tesla on chrome, and it's a battery pack that, and of course, laundromats go through a ton of power and all that. Over the first people, at least in our small town, it's like, yeah, so that must be viable business move for a high use power situation. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's huge. It's like a, look, I don't know. It's like a little shack building, but
it's basically a giant generator, like that stores power. So whenever they need it, they've got it. So it's useful for a number of things. I was just in Fallbrook on Tuesday. Funny enough, I met Dr. MJ Coco. He's got a cool spot out there. Fallbrook's cool, man. It reminds me of like I won't say the place actually, but I like that it's more open. And
I can tell you, I've been here 23 years, and I have friends in other parts and small cities that are cool too. Some of them up north, and Fallbrook has never changed. Like, it hasn't changed. Like, it's stuck in time, and that's a rarity in a place, and that's one of the things I love about it the most. Like, there's whatever houses are out here. Well, there's a rule, like you can't develop. Like, if you had 5 acres, you couldn't make 5 houses on it.
You can't go above a certain, like the guy, Doc, I was just at his place. He was telling me, he's like, this view, I'll always have X amount, because even if people like who buy this property down here, they can only build so high. So he's like,
and the best thing is, and I know, because I used to read the local paper where they would have stories about it. We rent the sheriff's, and we have a substation, but it's very minimally manned. And there's a group of citizens that want to have more police because our response time is like over 30 minutes, right? Because it's a lot of distance to cover, the hills and the back roads. But then it's always voted down because of the revenue. Like, oh, well, we'll have to put in parking meters, or we'll have to do, well, what that creates, yeah. And I drive fast. I never fucking worry. There's never been a speed trap. They aren't there for that. They're like, even if they're putting around, want to be ready to be on call. So they're not giving, like, they don't give tickets in Fallbrook. There's never any of that. Never, ever. In 23 years, never come around the corner and see like, oh, hey, they're doing a speed trap there, or oh, hey, they got this guy pulled over. Never. And even small towns up north I've lived in and shit, holy shit, the cops were like on your ass and tried to fuck with you every chance they could. And there ain't no way I'm gonna live in a place that you have to watch your back like that. And yeah, you don't have to do that in this town. Just mind your, I've never, 23 years, never had any contact with police in my town. And I drive fast. Now, Escondido, totally different story. They have their own police department, and they built like a brand new ass building a few years ago. And their revenue, like quota driven, meaning the officer's trying to earn his salary by creating X amount of revenue, you know? You don't want to live in a place that system is in play.
I wish they'd make quotas illegal. It's fucked. They become tax collectors at that point.
Well, the system is figured out overall. That's why you hardly see any cops. I mean, dude, the freeway speed is 80, 85. And if you're going less than that, you probably get pulled over because they think that you're suspicious, right? Like, they don't, I live down here where they pull you over for anything, all of Southern California, right? But they've gone to a point that used to be revenue, but then the actual bureaucracy of it all isn't. It's not a moneymaker anymore to have all the people it takes to process all the paper and the this and the that and blah 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 and the jails and the courts and the blah and the public doesn't have a stomach for it anymore. And so yeah, I know other places there's still cops that are all fucked up, but not down here, dude. You'd have to really like get in. You have to fuck up to have any contact with police. At least that's my experience.
I've lived here like a decade now, and I know that's not a super long time, but I've been pulled over a couple times, and the police were always, and I've had shitty experiences in Cleveland. So compared to that, the people, they were like, you know, a little bit nervous. They're pulling somebody over or whatever, but they were professional. I gave them my information. Like in one case, my tires on one side of the car were worn down, and I was just like pulling a little bit to the side, and he thought that I was texting and driving. I really had not been, but I think I got let off with a warning at that instance. Another time I got pulled over because it was like the month after my registration. Let's say it was like.
And this is on the
July.
coast, right? This is on in the coastal towns.
One was in San Marcos. I rolled a stop sign, California roll. A bike cop was sitting in a bush, like waiting for me or anyone to do it. So that one I actually got a ticket for. That sucked. But I feel like everyone out here California rolls, but occasionally you'll find the spots where they'll pop you for it.
Look, hey, when I get off the freeway in Marietta to take the back roads up, there's 5 stop signs, and they're all T's. It's not a 4-way. And at night, because you would be able to see the headlights if there's cars. Yeah, my friends, sometimes if there's somebody in the car, they freak out because I don't even hesitate. I just fucking blow through every fucking stop sign at like 60 miles an hour. At night when I can tell there's no cars, even if there was, it's residential, maybe a couple properties or something, and you could see if there's any cars headlights. And when there's not, which is most of the time, yeah, but there's no cops. Now on this other road to go into Temecula, the neighbors have complained and they keep putting those your speed is sections up, and then they added stop signs. And yeah, anytime you're on that road, you'll see a cop off on the side waiting for somebody to California roll or whatever for the last couple of years since they added. And I know it must have been because the rich people with all these houses or states complained about the speed people were zipping through.
Dude, no, what's crazy is
you still go from stop sign to 90 miles an hour by the time you hit the other stop sign anyway. So what does it really matter to you?
Well, shit, this guy, he's driven with me. Fuck, he knows.
That's why I'm saying, you know,
I just realized he's been on the exact same road.
He goes like this. There's no stopping. It's just hey, there's a sharp turn. And you made that turn.
Dude, I got fucking 1 week after my registration was out. It was like a June registration, and I got pulled over like July 6th or something. Like the cop just happened to be sitting behind me at a red light, and he could see, you know, it says like your month and the year. And I got pulled over for that. But funny enough, one time that political bureaucracy went in my favor. I like missed my court date. I like filed for an extension or whatever. And then Jerry Brown, our former, I think he was governor.
Yeah.
He
The
probably for
son,
popularity. Yeah, the junior, right? But whatever one we just most recently had, he to probably gain political popularity was like, hey, if you have any unpaid parking tickets or whatever, kind of like a fee-based violation, which mine was, it was like I just hadn't renewed my registration in time, like I hadn't paid it on time or whatever, and then I had court fees. It just got waived after a certain amount of time. If I had, you know, you could say whatever it was, and I got that wiped and don't have it on my record or anything. Didn't have to end up paying it off, which was great. But yeah, other than that, the one thing I will say, yeah, all the officers I interacted with here were professional, and along with that, they have an extremely high prosecution rate. So I think they're only trying to fuck with people who, like Buddy was saying, if they have a pretty good reason to believe you're doing something, they'll fuck with you then. Because like 96% of the people that they interact with end up getting prosecuted, which is a much, much higher rate than most cities. So they're not like fucking with petty little bullshit, like especially weed related shit for the most part, unless you're like extremely way too high.
There's a lot more going on. You realize that we're like right there, border to Mexico, the cartel and all that action going on 24 hours a day. But you never, like, none of that mess is in San Diego. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sometimes you hear about crazy cartel violence and shit in LA and that area, but somehow they're smart enough to know, yeah, don't make San Diego a mess. Like, that's why you never hear any of these shootings and crazy
Our sheriff's
cartel
more
shit.
law and order here. It's a much more red city, I would say, in that regard, that people really support sheriffs that are not going to be weak on crime like that. And one thing I wanted to ask is, my wife just told me a lot of things are crazy with the Supreme Court or whatever right now, but she just said maybe the Miranda rights are no longer going to be a thing. And I'm not sure if
the one crazy justice in his writing opinion brought up that same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, all these things based on the law of what they used to overturn this, saying that all these things need to be looked at because they're,
but it hasn't officially been
decided under like a certain legal concept that he's basically and yeah, that was said by, I think, Thomas or what. They're crazy, dude. But this is where, so
I didn't want to be like political. I just want to ask because
consequences, and
as a
this
weed
isn't
person.
a 4 or 8 year consequence. This is like what they say. It's like a 30-year consequence. Not only do they got this fucking majority that's tight, fuck, they're young. Like, there's only 1 or 2 old people left.
I just want to, Buddy, just focus specifically on the Miranda rights, because like that's in particular impacted and still impacts cannabis people in particular in red states, but even in green states like California, if you have it in your car, I recommend that you follow something like the Pot Brothers at Law script, which recommends basically you shut the fuck up. You say, I'm not discussing my day. You're polite to the officer. You give them your ID, give them your insurance, whatever. But if they say, I smell weed, it's not probable cause in the state. You don't say that, but you just say, I'm not discussing my day. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know that the law is they can't use the smell as probable cause now.
I know that is in our state, and they don't try and fuck with you for that, but they do try and ask you a bunch of questions. Like, I got stopped. I was parked legally at a hike, and I didn't realize it at the time, but somebody had gotten stabbed on a hiking trail nearby where I was hiking a few weeks earlier. And my car being parked in this location maybe looked a little bit suspicious. It was like off the side of the road. There's like only a space for just like one car, and then there's metal bars that block you. But the cop like rolled up on me, and I work with special needs kids, so I was with a very special like kid he can barely even speak. And him being around law enforcement, he starts to get giddy and make like loud noises. And I like tried to explain to the officer, like, hey, I'm with the special needs kid. I'm trying to get him home. My shift ends in like 5 minutes, blah, blah, blah. And ultimately, like, I showed him my ID, and I was like, I don't see any sign that says it's illegal to park here. And I was probably speaking too much. He was asking me all types of questions, like, why are you breathing heavy? Like, I had a mask on. It was COVID times or whatever. I was trying to be respectful of him. And I just walked up a fucking steep ass hill. So I was breathing heavy. I was like, I just hiked this giant hill and I'm wearing a mask. Like, I'm sorry, I'm breathing heavy. But I'm like, am I being detained or am I free to go? That was the key that allowed me to get away, essentially. Like, not that I was doing anything wrong, but he's like, you're free to go. And then he tried to keep asking me questions as he handed me back my ID. And I was like, respectfully, sir, I got to get going. Rolled my window up, drove off safely. And, you know, nothing came about. But had I not just asked that question, I might have had like a vape pen or something in the car. And if you started pulling me out and searched and found something, if it was within reach, you can get like operating a vehicle intoxicated or DUI kind of basically for cannabis.
Well, Lindsay, my trimmer, well, she also works at another place, was on the 78 freeway. She doesn't smoke weed at all, right? But she had worked all day and she got pulled over by the highway patrol and they searched her car like crazy. Didn't have anything. And they charged her with the DUI of it. And then ultimately, when she hired a lawyer, not like they dropped it down, but she still had to like cop to something. I forget, right? Just to make it simple. But yeah, that they and the test came back negative, but it still became a case. So that was about 5 years ago.
You got to be very careful what you say. They're not asking you questions because they're your buddy. I'll say that. And
well, that's great advice and should be like, I think that might have been one of the first things my dad taught me when I was like fucking 12 or 13. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up Friday. I love their script. It's like only 50 words.
Like, I had a lot of problems with the law over my life. It was always involving cocaine. Like during those years, oh yeah, like one thing after another. And then once that went away, don't fuck with that no more. Never have no fucking ever contact. Other than I'm a convict. I did prison time. And so like when you do get pulled over, which fuck I don't, yeah, they treat people like they run you on the computer and then it's like, oh, maybe it's respect, but oh, they're definitely going to search and make sure you don't have a weapon because like 9 out of 10 people that are ex-cons have a weapon.
Happy 420, everybody. I will say shout out to the cannabis community because I asked if anybody was in Eugene, Oregon, because my wife broke our glass on our Puffco and she wanted the opal version. And somebody went to a head shop in Eugene, Oregon, boxed it up and shipped it out to me. I hooked him up with some cash. I'm sending some seeds to him too. But cheers to you. I don't want to say their name because I didn't ask if I could, but that was a dope hookup and I appreciate it. I'm smoking on it right now because of you.
Yeah, cheers.
Fuck yeah, cannabis community is deep when it comes to that. Yeah, greenfingers. It's not the small priority box. It's the medium-sized one. That's how much shit I sent you.
Holy shit. I fucking looked at the receipt on our fucking meant to send it to my mom and I fucking never did. And she's like, whoa, what the fuck? What day is it coming? I was like, I don't know. Like it's coming.
Well, it'll be there by Thursday, I think.
I tried to look and I was like looking and I took a dab before that and I was like, shit, I'm too fucking high. And I checked back and it was gone. I was like, damn, Instagram.
Oh,
please
yeah, the way I
don't
sent it,
open pollinate these. Please don't open pollinate them, Robert. No.
No, I'll take clones and I'll open pollinate the clones. I'm addicted to making
Oh.
seeds, bro.
What
I'll
did I
leave some
send you?
seedless. I'll grow seedless indoors.
Oh, I forgot the autos, but I sent you some other stuff. Mainly
Yeah,
not seeds.
autos?
Some
Fuck yeah.
I sent
I
you
don't have
other
to worry
stuff.
about it.
I've
If I
decided,
no,
like the thing that
my dog.
provoked
So
me is that when you hold up bags that were from the fucking dispensaries, I'm like, oh fuck that, dude. Don't spend money at those places. Nah,
golden
ain't
shit.
happening, dude.
You're too cool, man. Seriously. Shit, I gotta let my dogs out. I gotta go pee or something. I'll be right back.
I imagine 15 dogs. One of them has to pee probably every couple minutes.
Dude, it's like Jay Leno has like 200 cars. He has to change like 2 cars oil every day just so they get changed their oil once a year. Kind of crazy. And he does it himself. Fucking goes out in the garage once in the morning, once in the afternoon. He's a cool ass dude, man. I've seen him perform live and watched a lot of his interviews and followed his career for a long time. And it's not your typical car guy. Not just the size of his collection, but he buys relatively interesting cars. Like not just like the hottest, most expensive car, but like one that's like a notable failure or an icon in like the steam engine category. You got like the fastest steam engine ever produced and has it well maintained.
And I think he was like one of the first people to actually have a car that was electric or some shit, like way back, like the first. Yeah, he buys weird things that maybe it had failed, but he's got one of them restored.
He had an early
Yeah, he's
Model S and early Tesla Roadster. He has a Baker Electric from like the 1920s, like the very early electric cars. And yeah, Jay Leno's Garage is a really interesting show. YouTube, I think, and also on some TV networks. He's kind of
well, he's a
doubles it up.
real car collector, dude, for real. Yeah.
Well, he's a good
He's
comic, so
authentic.
it's like he cracks a lot of jokes during it, and he's funny. He has some interesting guests on, and just really seems like a genuine dude. And the read that I've gotten on him, there's a lot of celebrities that maybe have good PR, but when you just see him like hanging at like a comedy show at a small club and talking to people after, I don't know, he's a salt of the earth kind of dude, very interesting individual, and I'm a big fan. I will say I don't think he's the funniest comic in the whole world. Some of his jokes are a little cheesy, but he hosted his show for a while. It was
Well,
I think it
he
was
took
number
over
one.
that show back when there was, what do you call it, standards, and it was still like you
Had to be squeaky clean.
yeah, and he had to ride that for all those. It had changed, but by the time he retired, things had changed. But
Yeah,
a good part, like God, he did that show for what? I don't know, 20 or
20
30
years or
years
something. Yeah,
fuck something.
20 plus for sure. It's kind of cool that Eagles, like one of the grandfathers of late night cannabis talk shows now at this point. The long format, these big panels, and being consistently there, at least for like a long time. I mean, more episodes than many other shows that have been around a longer time and have done far fewer shows and far shorter episodes. And the amount of content this production's put out, both you and Smiley with the Organics Takeover. And
What I've liked about it is I'm a night owl for a long time, like forever, 30 some years. I always stay up late, and so many other cannabis growers, because like my friends that grow, no, those fuckers are like sleep by 10 or 11 because they get up early or whatever they do. But so it's not like, oh, I can call somebody up. I have one friend that's a night owl, but this whole community all over the country, you guys, the Michigans and East Coasters are like hardcore night owls. Fuck.
I appreciate that, Jack. I'll take that grandfather of the the nighttime time slot. You know, I think the show does pretty well for being on, you know, in the middle of the night. I think it does well. You know, I'm proud. I'm proud
I
of
was
this adventure. 100%.
I'm always surprised to see this number of people up at this time interested to come hang out and be part of the chat, be part of the community, both live here on the panel, but also in the chat, like down there talking to each other, interacting with just their own conversations, but also responding to what we're saying on the show. And it's an amazing community, and I'm really glad that you're a part of it, Eagle, and this whole everybody who's here, man. This is fucking. It's a great spot to come and kick it for us night
I've
owls
been
or early morning
in
people, wherever
in
you're
the
at.
time that I've got into this, I've been recently contemplating, like, why do I have direct TV? Like, I never watch it. Sometimes I go through my TiVo list to delete like the whole series of some dumb reality show that I used to watch, or I used to watch this and watch that.
That was weak.
And then now that I got into this, like whether it's this show or whatever, there's all this other content, and there's other rabbit holes of YouTube. And I barely ever, but Formula One, which I love, and fuck, that's on. But actually, everything's on YouTube too, or on like whatever you call it, the internet, right? So you like, yeah, maybe time to say no more fucking cable TV. It's fucking expensive, and I don't even watch it.
Cut that cord, buddy. I cut it years ago. I haven't had cable for probably a decade.
I realize, like, the younger generation, like, yeah, they don't do that. Like, you know, I grew up where,
Hulu,
the first thing you
YouTube.
did when you rented a place was get the cable installed and fucking start paying $100 or more a month, you know?
Dude, for us, it's half that because we go internet, it's like 45, and then you're set. You've got your internet. You can go on to your social medias. You can go on to your Netflix, Hulu, YouTube Plus now. They've got Hulu Plus, fucking, I can't even think of all the ones, Disney Plus.
Hey, well, I kind of know who, but over time, friends of mine, like, came and used their login to go on Netflix, like 5 years ago. Well, when I click on my button and go to Netflix, still just goes in. Never asked me for a password or anything. He would give it to me if I asked, but I don't need it. Let's see, like, I have a bunch of them like that I have Amazon Prime, my other friend, because there was one documentary that was like 12 parts on the Grateful Dead history that's done by a really big filmmaker, Francis Coppola or whatever. It's really well done. But
He's
the only
awesome.
place you can see it is on Amazon Prime, you know? So I don't know how many years ago that was. I got his login, and then now I have that.
Is it Francis Ford Coppola, the Godfather guy?
Yeah.
He does wine. He makes good fucking wine.
Oh yeah, he's been making wine. Yeah, he's a Northern Cal guy right there.
His winery, he bought a bunch of those. I can't remember, like Chevy Volts or something, or Nissan Leafs, because he didn't like the emissions from the gas coming out of cars messing with the wine. So he only allows electric vehicles on at least part of his winery, where he makes like his premier top shelf wines. Which I thought was interesting. Jay Leno, again, going back to him, was only allowed to drive on because he had his Model S as an electric vehicle. But people are going to start raging on me. I fucking shouldn't talk about that on weed shows. There's a lot of people who really hate them. And I'm not like electric only. I've got a Mini Cooper, like Escondido we were talking earlier. My wife drives a Mini. Used to have to go up to Mini of Escondido, but now I just have a local shop we take it to. And it's much more convenient. You don't have to drive through a place that's got a quota.
Well, then I'll break through and I'll say, Eagle, I'd like to thank you for having this show, because I'm also thank you for the people in Australia, like Jeff out there, Big Blazer and Pip, who are off in Holland. But for us, it gives us something to during our days. And, you know, we live basically 10 minutes away from each other, but until your show, I really didn't get to know you. Yeah, we went to the same club, we sat at the same table at times, but, you know, being myself at that time, I wasn't open to really talking to a lot of people. But through your show, I've got to meet you, I've got to know you, and we've connected through the friends that we also know. But I'd like to thank you for giving us something here during the day, especially in a country where, you know, until just recently, you really didn't talk about cannabis. Because even if you were talking about cannabis, you were looked upon differently. And, you know, as Jack was saying, you know, a cop could give you that hard time here in Thailand, and they do piss tests. So, you know, you got to watch out for that. But thank you for having a show that runs later on in the night. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in the States, but you know, you have to try sleep sometime.
I appreciate that, man. I'm just honored that you guys think this is a cool enough adventure to dedicate some time to. And that's for real.
Fuck, I look forward to it. Damn.
How many
I
weed nerds
admittedly
we
do
got
as
out
well.
there, Eagle? How many weed nerds, man?
Giveaway
that?
coming. I
Yeah,
smell a
let's do
giveaway
that.
from the
Let's
major.
do that giveaway, man. Looking up at these beauties here, man.
I want some of what the major's smoking. He sounds tired. He's usually
Um,
fired up
I
this
got
time of
chewed
day.
up a bit on that one, man. I don't know what the hell. I told you, man. I'm smoking that mixed pack. I go by terps now. If I
75 major.
I just give it a little squeeze, and it's like, oh, that smells good. And I just grind it up, man. Whatever that combo was, yeah, that was good. Yeah, let's do it up, man. I got like a 4-pack here for someone. I can look it
0 to
up.
300.
Pick a
What's
number,
the
man.
dead number?
All right, green fingers, because it'll just be easy real quick. These, I sent you one. This is like a distillate with terps. They're okay. This one I sent you, I just got it this weekend. This is full spectrum, like where they use a little bit of sauce back in. And it's fucking killer. Best card I've had. And as far as it's not a rosin card. Those are the best, but I sent you this and then a battery and a charger and a bunch of different shit and a bag that has some rosin or bubble, the light blonde stuff, and then a chunk of like hash that is on the other side of the bag. And then I forget what else. I was in it.
Focus. Who's choosing
Yeah,
the
but
number
you'll be
0
happy.
to 300?
No one's picked a number yet. I could send it in the
You will
chat.
become God.
What number? I'll pick a number. Go.
Green,
Pick one.
yeah, you gotta type it in the Zoom chat.
Oh, you want me to pick it? I got it.
That should last you like what,
Anybody.
4 days? That green fingers, all that smoke, man.
Oh,
What?
You have to do it in 10 seconds, or this
And the-
message will self-destruct.
and the battery kit is the one that I used to have that company. So there's these burners and the whole thing. And yeah, you can put wax in it and hit it. You'll figure it out.
We got the cherry
One
pie.
guess,
got
one
the
guess
hot
only.
rod. Go ahead, Eagles. Spit the rules.
One guess only, unless you see somebody else has already taken your number in chat. Good luck. Major, tell them what they got.
You got some cherry pie cut from the hot rod. The hot rod's from Dungeon Vault. Cherry pie, well, people know that. A little Hermy there, a little risky, especially with the hot rod too. That's a little Hermy there too. So that's a risky one. Keep my eye on that bitch, but it's fire, of course. It's worth the risk. Great Diamond 7, Primal Punch. Love my Primal Punch. There's that Great Cream Cake 5. It had the best grape terps out of the whole 2 packs. Crossed with the Primal Punch. And there's a Primal Punch S1B, which was the stellar white bitch. Crossed with the Primal Punch. So that would be like a weird cross there. I don't know what you call that. S1 with a regular Primal Punch. I don't know what the fuck you call that. Funky cross anyways. A lot of Primal Punch going on.
Hell yeah. Sounds fire.
I think people in chat are smoking what you're smoking, Major, because they are slow on the draw this evening. You guys still have 11 seconds. Get those guesses in. Anything before start does not count.
Can I get a
asked-
guess in there?
I've
Can I
asked
get-
this before. What's the difference in Primal Punch and Purple Punch?
Geez, I think there is a bit of Purple Punch in there. I'm not too sure from that.
But they're different.
Yeah. The Primal Punch is from Medgrower 1. And I think that's the Banana OG crossed with the Purple Punch from Symbiotic. I think that's I think it has some of that in there.
No,
You definitely do.
it's,
Go ahead.
GG4 times Skunk Punch, I believe. Let me look it up. Pretty sure that's it. No, not Skunk Punch. Banana. I'll get you into my book.
Yeah, the
That was the first
Banana
one to run
OG
out.
because it definitely has those terps. But
Banana
that Banana
Punch.
OG has that Purple Punch in it, I think.
All right, we
It's
gotta
from
put stop in
Symbiotic.
there. I'm pretty sure it's got something in it. Hold on. Where's my fucking book?
There's some dankness in there for sure, but there's definitely a lot of fruit, man, and a lot of banana and fruit punch. That's what you get from this shit. You're
Well,
lucky enough.
I
lucky
just
enough.
got a DM and it
That's
says
where the banana
GG4
comes from.
crossed into Banana Punch is Primal Punch. And that comes from
Should be
Florida.
right here in the
He
fucking
knows,
book.
he knows what he's talking about. And Purple Punch is Larry OG, Granddaddy Purple.
It's true.
Which is pretty. Those are both.
What was that in the
That's-
primal though? What was that in the primal there, bud?
Four
GG4.
Nugs, our friend says GG4 Banana Punch for Primal and Larry Granddaddy for Purple.
Yeah,
Punch.
what's in that banana punch though?
Banana Punch. Yeah.
Well, let's see how quick
Banana
draw
OG
he
Purple
is.
Punch.
You can say it in the chat or in my chat.
Yeah, so it does have that purple punch in it.
Oh, it's Skunk Beard. Skunk Beard times fucking Gorilla Glue is Primal Punch.
All over the
Skunk Beard times Primal Punch. Or so Skunk Beard times GG4 is Primal. It took me a second. But that's it.
Where do you think the banana
That's
comes
it.
from then?
Comes from the Skunk Punch or Skunk Beard. The Skunk Beard had the banana flavor to it.
Nice.
It took me a second to fucking think of that. Yeah. I could actually dig out the original Tuster seeds if I had to. I was the
Wasn't
first
there
one to
a
run it.
V2?
I had it to flower before men did.
Wasn't there a
One that
V2
really-
situation though? And didn't he lose a parent and then he redid it with a different parent that he got from like Loki? And I thought that was the Banana Punch.
Yeah. That's around V2. The original was the Skunk Beard, but he lost the Skunk Beard. Round 2 was
Who won the
Banana
giveaway?
Punch.
So that's where people are. The banana lineage comes from the V2 is where the banana, but Skunk Beard also had banana. So that's probably why he chose the Banana Punch to work with, I imagine.
Well,
One with
I've been
seeds.
running this for 5 years from Symbiotic out of about 7 or maybe more varieties, all crossed into Purple Punch from the last years. They were all good. Like even the Orangeade, the AK 47 punch.
Who won the
Mendo
giveaway?
punch. Mendo punch has been the one that I've just kept going the whole time. I've never grown purple punch, but I've grown a lot of
They do with
his
that.
purple punch crosses. And whatever punch that he's used to breed with, yeah, those plants all yield. Like, there's no question, like, whatever he did was like, they're all dense ass, fucking perfect sized buds.
He used the Purple
Everything.
Punch 2.0 symbiotic, right? He made
Yeah,
what he
I
calls
don't
Purple
know
Punch
it.
2.0.
But yeah, I ran some of his later gear, this Mimosa or Do crop. He has a new line like last year. I didn't keep any of those ones.
Because Purple Punch, they were describing that Larry OG to Granddaddy Purple was Supernova Gardens out of Hawaii. But a lot of people got that cut to work with, and I think Symbiotic like back crossed it to make their Purple Punch 2.0. But whatever they crossed it with must have been a good yielder, because like you said, a lot of people that I've seen grow that seed line have had really killer shit. And I personally like Velvet Punch is a Purple Punch cross, and so was Spike Punch, and a lot of the work that I've gotten from Vegan Doja has Purple Punch in it, because it leads to making a bunch of fucking hash, and it's got a pretty good grapey and gassy aroma. I'm a fan for sure. Some people say it's Purple Punchless, but if you take it at week 7 or 8, it's going to be punchless, but I think it's more of like a 9-10 weeker, to be honest. But the crosses can bring that down to like 8-9 weeks, and you can still find some killer shit if there's like chems or OGs cooked in there.
So who won Eagle?
Does
Who won Eagle?
anyone ever say or feel that, like, oh, things that are known hashers aren't really like the best flower? Or like, I assume if it's a good hasher, it'd be a great flower too, right?
That's
The
mixed.
closest one I seen between start and stop was Hillbilly Grower. Unfortunately, Ed Wren, two fucking comments back, says 1, 2, 3, but didn't put it back in. So yeah,
Hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
He's won before. He's a Canadian dude. He's just down the road, man.
Go.
Right on, Hillbilly.
Cheers, Hillbilly.
Hit me up, buddy. Oh, Garden of the Major on IG, dude.
Art of the Auto Army.
Because as a flower aficionado, I know that breeding's being influenced a lot by washing, right? Like, a lot of people are starting to have things that they claim are high washers in their selections.
Well, everyone throws that on their description now because they know that's what people want. But I think there's really a handful of people actually putting in really good work and making stuff that.
Purple Punch is a very photographic, you know what I mean, or photogenic plant, as in people like to, when you see it on a in presentate, it's a beautiful structured, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty.
The notorious dumpers are like.
It's that the way you get the bud and it's just glistening and it's that purple. It's got like, you know, all the girls, all the Myler bag people love it. It's got that sort of a bling bling to it. You know what I mean? It's not, you know, it's the prettiness of the bud as well, the structure. That's what I like, you know what I mean? It's not my favorite one or anything like that. You know, but it's
cheers, Peter Bob.
Anybody that I've ever spoke to, they just go, it's the prettiest bud I've ever seen. It's the, you know. But then the hash off it, it drops shitloads of hash, but is the hash any good? No. Straight up. Because you never see any Purple Punch extracts. Or hash.
You do here.
Okay. It's just
Or if
like
you
you
do,
see,
if you do, they're
I
not
see
called.
people, if they do have it, they add it into another, it's like toppings or something, another hash, just as a, yeah. But as a,
Much better hydrocarbon extract than a water extract. That's for sure. You get a better yield from a hydrocarbon side than you will trying to wash it in the ash.
Yeah, I don't
So
get
Jack,
much
what
from
what
pressing it for
what are the
flour.
known washers, Jack?
Cookies and cream is one from Exotic. Straw Nana from Crockett. There's definitely a handful, but like there's this guy, Farmhouse PDX. He takes macro photography of every single.
Critical Kush is probably the best of all. The best dropper of, if you want buckets of hash.
What was that?
Critical
one?
Kush, he said.
Critical
Critical
Kush.
Kush. For Barney's?
Yeah, probably the best of all hash droppers and the most beautiful, like just consistency of
The
all.
vanilla was from Barney's too. Like you said, Major, I looked into it. The Mendo Dope vanilla originated from the Barney's, so you were right on that. Wanted to give you the nod. But there's a lot of really good hashers out there.
Sorry, Jackie, I gotta mention Intrepid Genetics. They're so hard to get, but Intrepid Genetics, they have like 7+ percenters, man.
Yeah, that's fire. They're
Just look at Pedro, like what he's grown, like, you know, consistently over, say, the last 7-8 years, and what he produces and what he says about the gland heads and all that, like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
He's
Farmhouse.
saying the Critical Kush is the bee's knees, if you're, you know.
I just landed
That's
a
for hash making, you know.
I just landed an extraction job at a dispensary, so it's going to be cool to start figuring all this stuff out for myself.
What kind of extraction are you guys doing?
Bubble hash.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you
So-
really will have to come to see the actual percentages when you do it for a commercial purpose versus saying like,
Yeah.
it dumps, because if you wash a bunch and it dumps, but if when you compare one to another, it's nice to have like the percentage or percentages, and some stuff
Yeah.
really is
That
higher.
banana slammer, isn't it? That's another one. That's another kind of dropper. That's
Those
big.
turn heads.
I'm just saying what's big in Spain and what's big over here. What people, I know that when they make hash, that's what they're.
There's that
Dick-
guy Harry Palms. He used to go by like Oni or in Oni noodles, but what was the breeding company's name? It's Bloom Seed Co. now, but it used to be something else. They were part of the Tropicana cookies. Masonics done work with some of his stuff. But
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
I got his grape cream cake going on, man. That's that GCC I gave away tonight. It's a good hasher. I gotta say it's a good 4%er for sure.
The dude,
Let me tell you, here's like, because I'm not a hasher. I don't grow for that at all. So this project that I've had running, it's getting released this week or whatever, the actual official drop is a line straw nana crossed into a lot of things. And part of the hype on it is, and they got numbers from a couple of them of like 6% or I don't know, hash hype. But I already have an opinion of it. Like it's a hash or plant. It's not really like it's not going to be a great flower plant because it's meant to be a hash plant, you know, even though I'll check them out honestly, maybe one of them are really good, but like in my weird way of looking at it, I've already like classified those 6 varieties as the ones that are supposed to be good for hashers, but not maybe they'll be great for smoking. But
there's something
Bodie
to
does
that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Bodie does a really good job of that sort of mixture of really good flower and hash plant. I've had good luck with washing his stuff. Sunshine Daydream just dumps and is great flower.
I was going to say to Buddy's point that I agree to an extent that a lot of good hashers might be more of a pop-tailed bud or more of the resin is on the leaf than actually on the bud. And when you're washing it, when you go into the overall return, it doesn't matter if it's coming off of the calyx or if it's coming off of the leaf when it's in the hash, as long as it makes its way into that bag. So, like Blue Dream is one that's. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to, sorry, I cut you off, Jack. Really earlier, meaulflower was talking about it, and I tried to cut in then, but I was talking about that like 2 weeks ago, and that the real calyxy bud is a sure sign for me when I'm looking at a bud structure that when it washes is gonna be fucking grease, straight grease to me. That is 100%. I'm gonna have to have the alcohol handy when I wash that flower. That's one of my favorite signs of a good washer.
How are you, Cheddar? You got that 33% squish. How does that transfer into hash?
I haven't actually done that. Just because when I get those 33 rosin returns, I usually just press the flower. So
yeah, why mess with anything else? Why go through all the extra effort?
All the extra
flower
work.
rosin's good.
Yeah, I don't mind flower rosin at all. I mean, I'm not that much of a pedestal smoker.
No, I'm right there with you. But I do also enjoy bubble hash, and I also enjoy bubble hash rosin. And I think that flower is fucking great, but it's just they're all different sort of categories, and people like to compare them like apples to apples. Sometimes it's apples to oranges, I guess.
But I have been curious about how those percentages would relay to bubble, because with bubble you're not getting those lipids and fats. I don't know how much those weigh in the flower rosin, like what percentage of that 33% is fats and lipids and stuff. And
right. I would guess 6 to 10% if you're getting that high of a return, because that's one of the highest. Most people I see doing flower rosin get between 20 to 30%. 30% is very, very good. 32% is like, that's literally the highest I've ever heard.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I've had several of those 33% return flowers.
And that's because you grow dank, dude. The way that you grow is honestly like special. What you and Blue are doing, I think you're doing killer ass shit, and you're growing some selection cultivars. And if I'm ever in your fucking area, I can't wait to smoke down with you, local.
Yeah, man.
Or if you're ever out in San Diego, I can't wait to, I'm gonna do a weed nerd trip all over this beautiful country of ours, because I'd love to go visit like Captain 420, but I don't know if I have to get like a shot or a passport that allows me to leave this country to go to his country. Which
you gotta have a passport to travel anywhere outside the country.
An actual passport, but not a vaccine passport.
I think that's
you do
where
have
less.
You have to be fully vaccinated, or you have to have a negative test done. I believe it's within 48 hours of your plane.
I can do that. The test part.
Hope you don't catch it on the plane.
Talking about
then you also have to have the insurance in case you do have COVID. But until after July 1st. July 1st, they may relax a whole bunch of stuff. But if you test positive, you're going to the hospital, and that's hell.
Welcome to hell.
So,
for the time being, I'm staying right here in America.
We create this, but this plant that was drying downstairs was in my outdoor bed as a photo period in the same period of time next to these autos I grew. And it like reverted and then flowered again. But I don't know if I could show it on the thing, but it basically just became a bunch of fucking calyx, like not really buds, but a lot. And I thought, yeah, if you were really trying to grow for hash,
like pearling out,
you wouldn't want buds that then how do you get anything out of the center of it, where just the weirdness of the weather and putting it out there at the wrong time of year, it like did this weird revert, but just basically put on like nothing but these like little sticky calyx, right? Or is that what you call those?
They're perfect for washing. You could call it a bract or a calyx,
Yeah,
whatever. It
and I
doesn't really
thought,
matter at the
yeah,
end of the day. The
I didn't know
buds,
what
budlets.
I really did or what made it do that. Maybe off season and all that shit, but
Heat can
yeah,
do it. I mean, like foxtailing almost, you know?
like that would probably be the highest percent of return per weight if it's all just, I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
want more, I know you want more surface area of the flour
Right. It's like
to wash.
if you stuck your hand in a bag of sugar, one is a fist like this and one with all of your fingers, you get more surface area with all of your fingers out. The sugar can
So
coat
weird
every
things
single
like
finger
this.
versus just the little ball.
Hey, Sleepy.
It's like when you punch someone, you punch with these two knuckles, not these two, not the whole fist.
Right? It just grew weird, reverted, fucking, but it's sticky as fuck, right? And I'm thinking, yeah, that would actually probably be something worth washing, especially if you could grow a field of it just like that, not dense buds.
Well, and you don't want to trim it as much, and it's not as necessarily pretty for like bag appeal. So that's something you're probably gonna want to wash anyway. You know, it works out.
The size of our mosquitoes.
Mosquito?
Well,
That's a male
it was
mosquito.
like a plant that was from
Oh,
indoor.
that's our regular
15
mosquito.
hour life, and then
Female?
went outside and triggered into flowering, and then got into nature, and then went back into veg, and then went back into flowering. And I call those like weird eddies. Like, yeah,
My
it was
mosquito.
put out there in like
Where are your
March.
green fingers? Where are your green fingers? There you
Just got that mosquito right now.
are. That's your mosquito.
You're just sucking my blood right now.
You don't mind getting bit by that, do you?
I forgot you have a vengeance about the thing.
Once
About the thing.
once bitten, twice shy.
Chat
Chomp.
would like to know what's the moisture content if you're getting 33% there.
I don't have like a hydrometer in there, but I mean, I would assume it's somewhere between 55 and 65%. You know, probably on the lower side of that, probably closer to 60 or so.
You're talking about like RH in your jar, not like active water content.
Yeah. So I don't have any way to measure water content of the flour, but I'm not that technical, folks.
They make these little wood moisture meters. We were just talking about them on the show this week, I guess. They're like $20 or something, $26 on Amazon. They have these two little prongs, and some people complain that they're not super accurate with bud, but if you have dense enough
They
bud,
don't fucking work. The moisture meters do not work with bud. I have one for my woodworking and shit. And I at one time thought I'd go, hey, yeah, it didn't work that great for bud.
the one I got, I'll say this, it at least gives me a percentage. And I found Aaron the grower was saying 15% is where in Oklahoma, they have to get stuff lab tested. And if it's above 15%, they won't even test it. They send it back and wait until there's less water content.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 9 or 10%, I think, when it's tested.
Yeah. Most Michigan dispensaries want their bud 9 or less, which is kind of funny because
10 to
I've
12 is
always
perfect.
thought that, yeah, they add a little moisture, or you know what I mean, open it up and let it, add a little moisture weight to it. That's why they wanted it at 10, so they can expand that weight up a little bit.
Your THC percentage rises when the flour gets drier as well.
Yeah, the lower.
Part of the conversation, but didn't you have a product you were talking about on your show, Jack, that like hooks up to and tells you the moisture content?
Well, that's what I was kind of saying. Eagle was saying that he doesn't like those, but the wood moisture meter that I've used, and I recommended to Aaron the grower after this dude, I'll call him Chris because he always changes his Instagram name whenever I reference him. He's a kind of undercover, low-key grower. But yeah, this little meter
comes another name change.
The one thing that somebody recommended, I've seen a few people since I made that post, Aaron made a post, and there's a lot of good discussion in the comments on those on Instagram. One person said they take multiple buds, because if you just have one bud, like Aaron said, if you stick it up here and like, you know how there's your bud on the branch, and there's like your nug up here and the nug down there. If the prongs go into two different parts, like not the same bud, it's not going to get a good reading. If it hits a stem, it's not going to get a good reading. If the bud is airy, kind of like the tie stuff or the stuff that he was just showing that would wash well, you're not going to get great readings on that. But if you have that kind of bud, you kind of strip it off the stem and press like 2 or 3 buds together into like a little brick and then stick it into that. And I found that I get pretty consistent readings off of the meter I have. Like most dispensary stuff is like 3 to 5%. It's terrible. It just goes straight to dust. The stuff that when I'm harvesting it with like the herbs now, I'll take it out at like 13 or 14, check on it. By the time it's down to like 13, dropping down to like 12, I'll jar it up around 12. And I think it smokes best 10 to 12%. And 7 to 10% I think is like acceptable, but I like the stickiness of the bud at like 10 to 12%. Once you get below 10%, it loses sort of that sticky like texture, like when you break it up, that it kind of sticks to itself, that kinetic sand or whatever consistency. You can stick it on a wall and it'll stay there.
Like I can see this use, like if you're moving packs and to know the moisture, because that it would matter, like on a 50, 20 turkey bags. Yeah, if it's 20% moisture or just on that limit over bulk, that's a big thing. But as far as like using it to try to decipher when it's time to trim, or like nothing's gonna beat you the basic stuff. Like I don't think you could go by a gauge and then go, oh, I guess when it's all done, you could check to see where you were at.
You just use your old method, right? Whatever you used to do, and then side by side have that meter and say, oh, at this point in the process that I like it, it reads 12 or 10 or 9 or whatever it is. So you have at least a target. That's how I went about doing it. I was like, oh, what bud do I like when I'm smoking it? I tested cured flower. I was like, this is the best bud. Stuck it in there with the moisture meter, and I was like, oh, this is in that range. So it's not the most scientific thing in the whole world, but at least it gives me like a number.
Money, right?
What?
It's not expensive, right?
No, they're like $25 on Amazon. I got it out of curiosity. It was 26, I think, but that was over a year ago when I bought it, so it's probably like 30 now. But
Yeah, it's probably
you
45.
can probably get
now.
them locally at a store, a hardware store, probably for less. Not have to pay for the shipping. You don't have to drive in.
There's periodic times when it's like under single digit humidity around here. And like even just opening a jar and taking out a bud when it's that dry will, yeah, like God forbid you left it open for a minute. It would be like you'd lose all the moisture.
We
It
have the
instantly
exact
changes.
opposite here. You leave it like you leave your jar open outside here and it's back up to like 40% moisture.
I go from south to northern Cal, and over the years, weed that's perfectly dry, I'll bring it up there. And then like within a day or two, when I'm up there, my weeds all of a sudden like, what the fuck? It's how'd it get so moist?
Rehydrated.
The Curador does that to bud. I'll stick dry stuff in there, and over a few days, it like brings it back to life. And I'm a huge fan of it being at 60% humidity. I think that's great. And 60 degrees. Preserve the terpenes, get it in a nice range. But a wine fridge will do the same thing, for sure.
Well, I've
Yeah,
been in the same spot for 23 years. And only like 3 years ago did I buy humidifier for my drying chamber. I had dehumidifier that would need to come into play sometimes, green layer and stuff, AC. But then, yeah, I finally had to relent, because when it's, like I say, these single digit fucking humidity, which I say I've lived here a long time, it never used to be like that. Now it's all the time. And
fucking Santa Ana's come rolling through. If you go to Arizona, it's the same way. My in-laws live in
Niño.
Arizona. You crack the jar, and like you said, within a an hour or a few minutes in some cases. You could have a perfectly sticky bud. You take it out, set it out to like break some up, and by the time you're done breaking it up for a joint or a bowl, it's like the whole consistency of the bud has changed entirely. It's like so much drier. It's like the Colorado Crunch. People kind of knock Colorado because it's super dry up there, and a lot of their buds get that kind of crunchy, dry, powdery thing going on. But if you know how to slow it down, use a
Beaster-esque.
humidifier.
I guess it's probably what you're saying. I've never played around with the numbers, but I know, yeah, not too moist. Fuck that. Definitely not dry as fuck. But that moisture is like an important part, especially joints. Like I smoke joints, and yeah, having that right moisture, and it's kind of hard sometimes to keep your bud at that place, whether jarred or anything else.
Well, in like Aaron's case, he has a big commercial operation in Oklahoma where his wife and daughter are running around helping him out. And if he says, hey, let me know if it's above or below this number, once he sets an SOP and shows them how to use the meter specifically in a certain way, I think you get consistent results if you use it in a consistent way. But there are ways that it can have downfalls and mess with you. But it's just a number, if anything. I still think that you should trust your intuition with all the other stuff. How does it look, feel, smell, etc.
Well, because most of the time, things will be hanging, will be normal humidity. And then right in those last days, we're under normal humidity, a flash Santa Ana, whatever. Next thing you know, I look at my gauge, it's fucking 8% humidity, right? Now, if that happened in the first couple days, yeah, right? Enough moisture there wouldn't make or break it. But those last couple days, when it's just, time is what it needs, right? Yeah, that's when these fucking Santa Ana things hit every fucking time.
And that could push you over that edge where you go from, that's why you need your humidifier to prevent that. Because like you said, at the beginning, it's okay if it gets a little too dry. We're talking about this on the show. Some people say 60-60, but then they were all saying the first few days, maybe they'll drop it to 50 or 55. Because the first few days, it doesn't matter if you go a lot drier, you're letting it just dump off a bunch of that humidity. But at the very end, if you go overly dry at the end, it is way more damaging, I guess, on the bud, because they only have so much humidity left at that point. And if you pull too much, you can put it back in at a certain point, but if you pull it out too quick, I think sometimes you get some funky hay and green smell.
Yeah, it stops the process, the whatever it does to the chlorophyll and stuff. And if it drops below a certain, was it 50% humidity, it ceases that off gassing.
Well, guys, it is 2:10 here. So cheers, everybody. I know it's much later in many other places and much earlier elsewhere. But meaulflower, good to see you. Greenfingers, the Major, Captain 420. I'm definitely jealous. I'm going to go try and enjoy a tropical vibe myself tomorrow. Buddy Kilowatt, Cheddar Bob, Eagle. Glad you turned the camera off like I told you. You said you've been needing to do it. You haven't been doing it. I hope you got some much needed work done over there, buddy. Much love. Peace and love always.
Very nice. It was very nice, Jack. Thank you.
And RIP to my boy DOA. I hope the DOA project is still ongoing and going well. I can't wait till the people email the email. It's dankofanthony@gmail.com to get on that list if you haven't already. I know that there's people out there that are on there, and I can't wait to see
everybody should have almost got their seeds. I mean, everybody should have got them, except like maybe 5 people is left on the list so far. But everybody else should have them.
Well, he would love to see that. Subcool would love to see that. The Weed Nerd World's all about that. This whole community is fucking amazing. Going your own is so empowering, and just talking about it, chilling with this great crew, I recharge my batteries a little bit each night coming on these shows, talking with everybody. This one in particular, I love you guys. Have a great night. Catch y'all on the next one that I'm at. Peace and love, always.
Have good dreams, Jack.
Love the fact that fucking Jack's going to bed and you can hear the birds and see the sun over at Cheddar Bob's there.
Whose bird was that?
That was some bird in the tree.
That's what you call bird, boys.
Beautiful day in Taiwan, Thailand. There, obviously, looks like there's a bunch of sunlight pumping through meaulflower's window there. Cheers, cheers.
You should have some sunlight soon.
I can just see that backlight. I'm assuming it's sunlight there, meaulflower.
Yeah, between the clouds. Squeezing in.
8 more minutes for 420 in Thailand.
Right on. It's 8 degrees here, man. That's let's see, let's turn that to American. That's 47 in America.
What's that?
I can honestly say this is a good WEedNErdWorld. We've got it pretty well covered, man. We've got fucking coast to coast here in the US, Canada. Got fucking meaulflower over there in the UK. Hell yeah.
Not the UK. Not fucking in the UK.
Ireland. Sorry. Sorry. He said, I'm not fucking
you're
over
in
there.
Canada, aren't you?
You're in Canada, he says.
I get the mail sometimes.
Yeah.
No, dude. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is he wearing a flag now? Is he wearing an Irish flag? Did he go get it and drape it over his shoulders?
Not me. I'm not a flag waver.
Yeah. Shit. Well, all right, guys, I'm gonna start my day. I thought I'd jump in, say hi. I haven't seen you all in a while, so.
How's that room coming along, Bob, before you go, man?
Slow and steady, man. I'm finding the electrician is really fucking hard. So
Tony.
just gonna take my time. Happens when it happens. So
Sure, there's
All right.
some weed nerd electrician out there that trustworthy. That's the other
Maine's
thing.
really far away, man.
Tony.
Maine's far away from everyone. So,
Sure, you got a couple pounds, make it worth the while.
yeah, somewhere I could probably grab a couple. Doesn't last long around here.
Isn't there a place called Oxford, Maine?
Yep, Oxford Speedway.
I've been there in 1988 or
Yep, they do a lot of concerts there and stuff.
yeah, that's what I was there for. It's actually epic. It was like one of the top played shows.
Yeah,
Oxford,
Maine.
called Oxford.
Yep, Maine's a good place. Everyone should visit at least once. So, all right, everyone. You have a great day.
Later,
Peace.
boss.
Peace, Cheddar.
See you, Cap.
I'm almost supposed to give an ounce away to the weed nerds in Canada, man. Don't want to disappoint those motherfuckers from the other day. So we better give that away before it gets too late.
Well, I
know you
thought
want-
Hillbilly got an ounce too because he's Canadian. The seeds and an ounce, didn't he?
That was for seeds. We'll see what else gets in that little package, seeing that he's a two-time winner.
Yeah, but he's a fellow Canadian and a long-time listener.
I'm sure he'll get treated right.
That's cool. He's a cool dude.
Awesome auto smoke.
Put some humidity in a bag.
No, man. Forget autos. But I would grow them just to try them out. See that they sounds like they're hitting that maybe acceptable note now. I try them, see how maybe the resistance is a bit better. Who knows? I try.
All right.
Got a couple pots.
I'll get it done by the end of the week.
So I
I'm
guess
actually-
for the Canadians.
Put a few of
Ooh.
5 different varieties for you, Major Otto.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, only for Canadians, man.
Canadians only. So you guys get how many Canadians we got? I don't know. That's
3?
I think it's safe to say we can go between 1 and 20 here.
50-50.
Somebody pick out a number between 1 and 20 for the Canadians.
That's fucking cool.
Good odds. It'll be a nice mix pack too, man. I'll put in some of that purple beautiful loser. I got a green pheno of that beautiful loser still. Definitely throw some of that primal punch in there.
I'm gonna pick the number this round. I'll pick the Canadian number this round here in chat.
We'll take points too. So
Everybody.
1.2, 1.3.
We're taking points. That's funny. All right, you guys we're still gonna give you a minute. You guys get a minute, 0 to 20. Good luck.
We know the internet's a little sketchy up here, so it'll take a minute for them to type it in, receive it to the tree phone, from the tree to the cable, down the telephone
We gotta
line.
get Mounty's gotta run a message or back and forth.
Hey, Major. So in Canada, you guys have like health care for everyone, right?
Yes, sir.
And does it work pretty good? Like, or is it like a nightmare?
The wait lists are long. If you got cancer, you're looking at 3+ months to see an expert. How long did it take Joanne in her brain surgery? We just had a friend who had the brain surgery, and it took her a solid year.
Like 6 months to get diagnosed, and then a year to have.
There you go, a year and a half to get her surgery done, and it's critical that she had it done too, right? So there you go. It's not the fastest. So if it's really critical, a lot of
because I
people.
forgot to start the timer.
A lot of
Come
people
to
go to the United
Thailand.
States. Yeah, or they travel. It's urgent because it's not fast enough here, man. Sure, it's free, but it's not. And of course, prescription drugs aren't free. You got to pay for them. So, yeah, sure. Some are qualified for. Yeah, some are qualified that they're paid for.
But if you needed stitches, you just go in there and they do stitch you up.
Yeah, wait 4 hours for something minor for sure.
Oh no, a lot of longer wait times in the hospitals now.
Yeah, especially up here now that it's cottage country where I'm at, right? So population's 5 times, but usually is. And in fact, they shut down a bunch of wards and special departments in our local hospital. A lot of people quit their jobs. They had to get that, like crazy shot. So some people lost it due to that. Crazy shit.
Sorry, guys.
But either way, I'm glad it's there. So how many have you guessed? 2? Come on, 50%, boys.
Right about that. I believe your winner is 710 Connoisseur.
Oh man, a 4-time winner. A 4-time winner. This guy is
Once in a month, bro.
This guy hacks.
Once in a month.
Yeah.
He had pretty good
7-10.
odds, though. He had pretty good
Yeah.
odds there.
There you go, 710.
I think you can win a bunch of times on a bunch of different things. If I'm right. He is lucky.
I want to shout out to Midwest Outlaws. Man, I seen I was having to scrolling through IG, and he had a beautiful single plant that just was a beast. One plant, 4x4, easy. That thing had big old honking buds on it. I just want to give him a shout out. That was fucking beautiful plant that I seen today. Seriously.
I love the 4x4s, man. That's my favorite plant, dude. I know everyone goes for these giant 8x8s and 10x10s, but those are hard to harvest, man. 4x4, that's a beautiful, easy thing to harvest.
This was all one plant. It was all one beefy, big fucking plant. Fucking a pop can fucking stem. It was beautiful. It was.
I'm so interested in that. I think it's Inra. That guy. I think is that the dude who cuts the stem into 4 pieces and lays them out. Who is that dude?
Yeah, Indra's there.
Yeah. I want to try that technique, man. I'm so curious about that. So curious.
See,
do you Eagle? Do you remember how he what he put on the plant to give it a little healing aspect, or did he just leave it with beeswax or anything, or did he just left it?
I think he just left it, man. It sap usually heals over really quick. You know what I mean? When you split the plant over, that plant sap there usually cauterizes that one like super fast. So
usually it's not an issue, right? Usually it's outside that carries everything, anyways, right?
Yeah, because you're worried about some kind of pathogen getting in.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about for sure. It's worth the risk. Sounds like it's a great technique.
You could always wrap it, use like a tree wrap, you know what I mean? And wrap that area. Maybe
I was thinking honey. Yeah, they got a lot of trees, products for fruit trees and stuff you can apply. Beeswax, a whole bunch of shit they can mix up.
I think they use super glue too.
There you go.
I use those on my wounds, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's all purpose at this point.
That and duct tape.
Duct tape too, yeah. Paper towels over the duct tape too, though. Like if it's a wound, like I've held my whole hand together during the dog fight. Right after, like 2 minutes later, just grab the toilet paper towels and just duct tape myself to continue just trying to stop the dogs. But yeah, she was crazy. It's lost like a chunk of my.
Was like to a Chihuahua?
No, it was my bigger dog, 60-pound dog, and then the pit bull. The first time they fought just by themselves.
It was a Chihuahua.
No, he's not a Chihuahua. I'll tell you, the one with one eye. He's fucking huge. He's like 60.
No, it was from a one-armed dog, man.
It's from a one-legged hopping dog.
Of course, it had that ultimate twist. It's greenfingers, right? I had to have a twist. No, man, this is my one-armed dog.
One-eyed dog.
One-eyed dog. Sorry.
He lost his eye in like the fourth fight. Third time the charm, yeah. He got surgery and everything came back. Popped it.
What kind of fighting ring you got going on over there, man?
That was on the ranch.
Food.
Calm down. We used to fight
I've
horses.
had that happen twice now on 2 different dogs, and I pop out like that as well. Same. One of them was when I was a kid. Fucking 2 dogs teamed up on that bitch. The neighbor dog and my other neighbor dog teamed up on it. I shit you not. One of the neighbor's dog was a Dachshund, and the other one that got it was a German Shepherd. And the Dachshund kind of just like fucking laid on its back, and the German Shepherd pinched his head and popped its eye out. The other one was the dog I still have now. I probably still got pictures of it. I remember telling you guys it's been during the show. Buddy, I showed him at one point. His eye popped out. We didn't know why or whatever. He didn't even fucking show any signs of being hurt. We're all sitting there watching TV and shit, and he fucking jumps on the couch and fucking he looks at Lexus, and Lexus was like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? He didn't even show any signs of being hurt or nothing. Just sitting there, just one eye popping out. Holy
I bet you can still see of it too, so it'd be kind of cool for him.
Well, yeah, the vet said he should have vision out of it. The vet popped it in, put a stitch in the eyelid to kind of secure it for a little while, and he's been all right ever since, man. Fuck, I shit you not, man. They pushed it in, put a stitch in the eyelid, and gave him popped a cone around his head so he couldn't scratch at it for a while, and fucking he healed up just fine. I shit you not.
Somehow that brings visions of like a cartoon where eyes pop out and then, yeah, that's crazy
Yeah.
story, Eagle.
The dog's eyes popping out is usually when they hit their head really hard, jumping up, trying to jump up on something. They hit their head and then it pop their eye out. They got a small round head. That usually happens with pugs
Well,
and other dogs. You could pop them on
yeah,
their head,
that's
and
kind
their
of
eyes pop right out. Fucking fucked
yeah.
up.
Some dogs, that's what the vet said. Their eyes just don't completely set in their skull. They're kind of half popped out anyway, and it doesn't take much to pop it out. That's what the vet said. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, a pug's eye, it's just like that. And like right if it gets hit on the head, like trying to jump up on a table, it'll go pop and just pop its eyes right out and just be hanging there. And it just does it on accident all the time. My friend used to watch dogs and walk them for a living, and his mom would do like the big part of it. She'd do all like the main part, but like that happened 2 or 3 times with him. The dog just ran and tried to get up on the chair he was sitting next to and hit his head on the table, and his eyes both popped out.
You might have to
Fucking
stop
crazy.
and get coffee.
Like, holy
Cut it down to
like those glasses with the eyes, and they just come out and they go back in with the springs. That's like how they look running around. Their eyes just popped out of their head. Fucking nuts.
Well, the last time I had to get stitches because I was dumb enough, Turk, when Maggie was a puppy, the neighbor guy has his German Shepherd, and the dog came over into Turk's space, and the next thing you know, they were fighting, and then I tried to break it up, and I just remember like using my hands, and the next thing you know, I had this gnarliest gash, like cut all the way to the bone. I had to go get it stitched up. And then I remember going, yeah, the last thing you ever do when dogs are fighting is throw your hands in the middle of it. That's not going to work.
Frying pan works sometimes, not on a pit bull. Like a frying pan won't work on a pit bull, but like you put it in between them, in between their faces as they're biting, and then they can't bite. And then you grab them by their neck and twist the collar, and it flips them to sleep. Just grab their collar, pull it up, and twist, and it just cuts off their carotid, and they're out in less than 2 seconds if you do it right. If you don't get that cinch on that collar and pull up and twist, you won't get control of your dog, and they'll just keep fighting. But you get something in between them, and then you got to make sure they have a collar though, and you pull up and you twist the collar, and it just cuts the circulation off to their brain, and they're just out. And then you're just holding the limp dog, and you do that to both dogs if you got them like something like a leash to wrap around the other one's neck and do the same shit. But that's the easiest way to stop a dog's fight. I learned after thousands of fights. Bullshit.
Well, that was about 6 years ago when Turk was still, he's older now. I don't think he would fight like that, but he's got some kind of pit bull mix. I don't know exactly, but when he was fighting, yeah, he had that, had his jaw locked around the fucking German Shepherd's mane of his neck. And even when Turk plays, he's like a wrestler that wants to be on the bottom.
Yeah, flips on his back, bottom side.
Yeah, and then fucks you up
Fucking
that
right,
way.
yeah.
As you try to attack him, he fucks you up. That's his style.
Can't do nothing but get
Greenfingers.
bit.
It so happens that it's funny you mentioned the frying pan because somebody sent me this today, and you might think it's funny. Here's the frying pan. Look at this guy take it.
Get him, Tiger.
You really did that, right? That's awesome. That works, dude. Cast iron skillet works, huh?
Anyone get that on video?
I think he smacked. I'll rewind it here. He smacked the shit out of this alligator. He's just nothing.
Get him, Tiger.
Get the fuck out of here. Don't fear. Oh, here comes the spit mushrooms.
Anyone get that on video?
Now the problem is, don't alligators have a memory and shit? I'd be like thinking that motherfucking alligator is gonna stalk that guy and get him one day.
Right? But he just like right time that popped that motherfucker on his head and he said, "Good night. So I'll see you tomorrow, bro." Like fuck. Perfect timing.
Until he's hiding underneath your truck or car.
You come back
And when you go to get in your truck, he grabs your ankle and fucking sucks you under there and
Whooped
eats
your
you.
ass with a frying pan.
Even now, right? He's gonna hold a vendetta against this guy for hitting him with a frying pan. He's gonna be like, "I'm gonna get you, guy." He's gonna come back next time and just grab him out of nowhere. Animals remember shit. They ain't that dumb. They're like, fuck, I'm gonna fuck that
Well,
guy
I've
up.
only seen alligators on TV or on the phone. I've never come close to, well, I guess maybe at a zoo or nah, but those things look fucking scary as fuck to me, especially like if you were in the water trying to cross water where they're underneath it. Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, no thanks.
Captain must have some crazy fucking alligators around Thailand, no? Near the coast.
Actually, yeah. Actually, the worst ones are the saltwater crocs. Those are huge. I mean, you're looking at, Nile River crocs. These are just a little bit smaller than those. Yeah, they're that's one thing about Thailand. Everything's kept in check, and you quickly become not the top of the food chain anymore here when you walk off the path. Shit will grab you up and eat you.
Well, there's elephants, right?
There's elephants, there's panthers, there's tigers, there's the big monitor lizards, there's crocodiles, there's brown cobras, there's scorpions, there's the little green viper snakes that they have here that are like, 13 inches long, but will kill you in like a minute. There's spiders here. There's even spiders here like the brown recluse that when they bite you, it will eat the flesh away.
Yeah. Good shit.
And then, of course, we have a whole bunch of, little millipedes and centipedes that are poisonous. A lot of them won't kill you, but man, having your legs swell up for 2-3 weeks because of a bite really sucks.
Good shit.
But that's all the negatives of Thailand, though, right? Beyond that, the weather's beautiful.
Exactly, it's paradise. It's happiness for me. I'm happy here, and that's all that matters is happiness.
Any mosquitoes out there?
Yeah, actually, I just got bit by one, and you know what? The mosquitoes here, Cheddar Bob was showing the one he had. This one was actually that big. They're usually a little bit smaller, and when they bite you, if you can not itch it for 5 or 10 minutes, it goes away. So it's not like you're itching them like in Ohio where you actually have scars because it itches for 3-4 days. And Bear actually makes a product here that is for bites. And if you get like a bee sting and you put it on immediately, you can actually see it even with the mosquitoes. But really with bee stings and other stings, you can actually see it pulling out the venom or whatever they put into you. I noticed that in Cambodia. I had to use it one time. I got bit by a spider and I put it on and it actually pulled everything out. And I was like, wow, why is my arm wet? And then I actually noticed it oozing out of the bite and it was like, cool. So I dropped my parents off like 4 of those little cans so they can fight the mosquitoes and everything back home.
Are you talking about RSO, Captain?
No, it's made by Bayer Company, Bayer Pharmaceuticals. And it's a salve, a menthol salve that you can put on. And it actually draws that stuff out of you, and it stops the itching and everything like that. And it really works. I mean, really works.
I asked because we were up at the Bigfoot event there up here in northern Michigan, and Michigan Wildflower was up at our campsite, and she had gotten stung by a bee while we were all standing there, and for some reason she decided to put RSO on the bite, and it did the same thing that you're talking about. It absolutely sucked everything out and got rid of the itchiness and all that shit too. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Because I'd never heard of anybody using RSO in that way until she had used it. I've never tried it myself, but it worked well for her.
Well, just recently, since I've been back, I went and seen my one friend, and while he was on an extended stay with our federal government, he started having a skin issue on his neck, and it opened up into a sore, and they later found out it was cancerous. And I got him a bunch of RSO, and he made up a salve, and he was actually using that. And by the time I had left, it had totally closed the sore in his neck, and he was still applying it, but he said the dryness in the skin that had covered over the sore wasn't dry anymore. So I'm thinking that it could possibly have taken care of the skin cancer. And if it can close up a sore like that, then yeah, I could definitely see the properties in RSO or Pico being able to, combat bites and poisonous stings. So yeah, next time maybe I'll try that. Because I get at least 15, 20 bites a night or a day.
I made note of it because I'm allergic to bees. You know what I mean? So I thought, I usually got a little syringe with some RSO laying around. Maybe I should keep one in my truck, is what I initially thought. Because them fucking EpiPens are fucking expensive, super fucking expensive.
Yeah, I remember in Ohio, I used to go to a lot of the festivals, and I used to do security at a couple of them. And we were able back in the 80s and 90s to go into like the pharmacies. Rite Aid was a good one for me. I could go in and I could get like Narcan, and I could get EpiPens for free, because I was out in the crowds and walking the crowds, and, hey, try to carry everything you can just to, make sure people are safe and having a good time. Just like in their drugs, do everything in moderation.
It's a perfect example of the fucking pharmaceutical industry, though. Life saving? Oh, did you say it saved your life? Well, get your wallet out, sir. That's the way I feel about the price of them EpiPens and shit.
And if it's addictive, we'll give it to you for free.
Good boy. Man.
I'm going to have to call it a day. I've got to get a few bits and pieces done. These dogs need walking. It's a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to help you get your day started, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Captain,
Peace,
Robert.
Bill.
Yeah. Buddy. Yeah. Major, everyone. Yeah. Have a good one. Chat.
Take care, brother.
Peace.
See you tomorrow. Later.
Dude, brother.
Being attacked by a cricket. The cricket keeps attacking me. He's fucking gonna jump on me again. Fucking fencer, my catch on, feed him to the fucking scorpion. 2 seconds. Right. I'll just let him go. I didn't think it'd be that easy to catch. But
Yeah. Looks like this guy's a little hungry.
holy shit, what'd you do? Like,
Nothing, just transplanted. This is stuck in a little
Mine's like
3-gallon pot for the longest time.
like a wet noodle,
I
bro.
was a little pissed off. But she should be all right once she gets used to the 200-gallon pot, man. Should be smoking in no time. She's about, 4x4 right now.
Oh, it's just waking up too, right?
And it's a seedling. It's a female seed start.
Dry out. That's what it looks like. She dried out. Them leaves are dried out
Oh, yeah.
a little bit. Or starting to
For
die.
sure. Oh yeah, man. She just lived. She just lived one day. Like, damn.
Fucking limp.
Come on, girl.
Can't get that one up.
But I usually like to fuck them like that, dude. Usually like to stress them. See, like, oh, that's the limit. That's the limit right there. See what happens.
No turgidity.
Usually there's no. Yeah, usually there's no like, oh, that's obviously, oh, that's a low THC one because of that drought stress. I don't think it really. I don't know. Maybe if you fuck around in flower, it could definitely affect that THC percentage, but I don't think in veg you're really hurting anything but yourself and yield. And besides, it's already, sucked up all the energy from these fucking leaves. All the nutrients is already fucking used up. It looks like the newer growth. Oh shit, the newer growth is definitely greener. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Early in the season.
What do my plants look like that I took outside? All my plants do that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? They all got. They lost their turgidity. Can't even say the word.
Yeah, good one, by good one. That's solid. Well, it's pretty early in the morning. I'll wake up soon.
Oh yeah, see, they haven't even got woke up yet. Shit.
That's a cool plant.
Morning, dude.
Yeah, cold weather too. I'm not thinking about none of that shit. Mine's all hot
That's
and
a
it looks
really
like
cool plant.
mine look bad. I'm sad. Want to pull them inside.
Why you want to do that?
Why I want to do that?
Why you want to do
I
that?
got grubs outdoors. My soil's full of grubs. And now I got pigeons, but they don't want to go in my greenhouse and eat the grubs because they're not chickens. Like chickens will go in there and eat them all, but these fucking pigeons aren't that smart. I gotta teach them.
Cheech. Oh man. Long day today. Long day today coming up.
Air conditioning.
Long, hard days.
This rolling tray has 25,000 miles in the last week. No, this last trip, this rolling trays to the United States twice. It was one of the things that we carried in the normal chapter. So I've actually had it now for, almost 25 years.
It's like she's in good shape.
I know. That's I was gonna say, what's it made out of? Is that ceramic or is that just a
It's the plastic. It's got one
plastic?
little burn mark where,
Fuck.
like, the first week you get something, someone came over the house and decided to lay like a joint right there and burned it.
This shitty tray that I'm holding right here is all fucked up, and it's supposed to be like scratch proof or fucking, and it's got thousands of scratches, and just from chucking seeds, fucking, and all this resin stuck to it. I don't ever be able to scrape off or get off with alcohol. Too lazy. Mine looks like crap though. Yours looks awesome. Shit. I take care of my stuff.
Well, it stayed in the house and it basically stayed right. My coffee table had a second shelf to it. So it stayed right there.
That's cool, man. It looks so fucking nice compared to my bullshit. Well, mine's like a month old. Like, no, it's like 2 months old and it looks like it's 1,000 years old. Like ancient relic. Yours is like brand new looking. It's all old. What the hell?
Yeah, but you guys get to smoke bud. I get to smoke that. I never get to see bud anymore.
What is it?
It's just a bunch of ground up weed.
Oh shit. I thought it was just Keith.
No, I took this bag has like Gorilla Glue 4, the Gorilla Glue 2, the chocolate pheno.
Oh no.
Some Gorilla Glue, what was that, OG breath. And it had a few other gassy, fuely terp strains that I added to it because what I did is I basically took my weed that I had at home and kind of like grouped it together, which ones would pair good, which ones I'd like to mix and get a nice high off of. So you can only bring over, well, you only want to do small quantities. So we did what we can to try to, and we tried to, make sure that we used some of the last pound and a half that was at home. Fuck. I never thought I'd see indoor grown, soil grown fucking pounds for like 1,200. So when I got back and being myself, I wanted to try all these different strains. And people were telling me $40, $50, $60 a quarter, or $120 an ounce, $100 an ounce. So I was buying ounces. And I'd smoke like a joint of something, a joint and a half, and say, nope, that ain't working.
So, Captain, out of all the new stuff, there wasn't a single one you set with there must have been a couple you liked.
Oh yeah, there's a few, but basically it's because of the terpene profiles, and I can actually taste them all the way through. Like the runts, I wouldn't mind working with the runts, but I wouldn't mind working with the runts into the florals or into the earth tones, because I like taking the runts and mixing it with my Afghani mango, which is an earth tone flavored cannabis. And I really enjoy that. So yeah, there are some new ones, but to smoke it standalone, to me, they don't have the legs. So basically within 45 minutes, that high THC content just burns off and I'm not high again. So I got to smoke another joint.
I'm just high all the time. I don't know. I just got ultra immunity, man, like a Rasta. I just can smoke, man. Of course, there's some the Bubba Kush. If I smoke too much of that stuff, I'm gonna go have that weed nap for sure. Definitely some ones that put me down.
But see, I smoke those all the time because they help with my nerve pain. So medically, and I've gotten used to smoking the heavy weeds. It's just to me, it's a little bit more fun because I kind of enjoy laughing.
Hell yeah. And it's kind of good to fight that buzz off once in a while too, make it through that that heavy tiredness and switch your atmosphere, and all of a sudden you can blast that fogginess away, right? Usually you go for a little walk or just get out of that zone you're in. First things to give you that energy you need. So if you go outside.
It's like picking up a pack of seeds that Death Star came out of. They all have the burnt rubber, chemical, fuel, terpene smell to them, but they range between 24 and 27% THC. So if you get the more lethargic one, then yeah. But if you end up getting that one that leans a little bit more towards the 27%, you still get that same feeling, but it's a little bit more of a head high. It's a little bit clearer of a head high, something that you could actually function on.
Right. I did catch on the medical podcast last night, or Medical Mondays podcast, that they were talking about testing and how 30%ers are about 3 in 1,000 tests. So 30%ers are definitely rare. 20%ers, they're probably pretty hard to get 20% or two, or I'm not too sure if I could distinguish the beyond 20. I know I like 18.
The
But then
desktop
there's a
was that
disconnect
in the
in
mid
that.
2000s.
What
That's
did you
why it
say?
was touted so high.
3 in 1,000. If you go look at a menu or like a LA dispensary, like almost everything on the shelf says 30-some%. Whether it is or it isn't, that's another story. But
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Well, I think that was the real numbers versus what advertisement numbers were. That's basically what they were saying. It's like the real numbers is 3 in 1,000, not all these like, oh, I got the 35% GMO. This is the 32% Donny Burger. You know, it's all insignificant, really, once you get beyond 25, right?
Is there some authority that, like from the cannabis board or whatever they're called, that makes sure that whatever you print on the label matches whatever your test says?
Unfortunately, the standards are so, there's not much of a variant there. It's like 10%. So, it's a high variable. Like, 20%.
If you use the
far
real
as
world
testing goes.
example, how things like this get straightened out is when somebody sues somebody. Somebody buys something and then says, "Oh fuck, you said 32%. I sent it to a lab. It says it's 22%. You missing. You ripped me off. I'm suing you."
They'll tell you it's the batch, though. That particular bud.
I think none of that shit has any validity. Right.
Exactly.
Until somebody steps in and we set up some type of fucking committee that goes around with, weights and standards, basically, just like your gas pump. You know what I mean? It's checked, it's verified, your machine is on, and it should happen at least once a month. Because what's happening, at least here in Michigan, they fucking companies can take their shit, send in the sample. Oh, that it didn't come back high enough. They're shopping around for high numbers. Is basically
Beyond
what's
that,
going on. And these testing facilities are happy to fucking play.
On a podcast, that guy that's called Dr. Mark, PhD, he was on a couple podcasts, and he is a PhD, and he worked for DuPont or something for years, but now he's in cannabis. He's an old deadhead too, but he explained it, and that's when I realized they're called standards. And if you have a certain license as a lab, you can buy very small amounts of like everything there is, like pure LSD, pure cocaine, pure whatever it is. They're standards, they call it. There's only like 2 companies in the whole world that supply these standards to the lab. These machines that they calibrate need a standard. That's what they get it for. Saying, oh, this little teeny bit, this is 100% pure, whatever, this is the standard. And then they can calibrate the machine, and then they can test things going forward. Cannabis, no, there's no standard. Even things that they're standards for are highly illegal, but there's still standards. Where, yeah, like he was kind of joking, but yeah, you can, like he has the credentials to in his company to get standards when he was telling the story. But it's like the tiniest amount. You know, it's just to calibrate. I don't even know how to describe the machine, a spectra, something, you know, and that's the same machine that they supposedly use to analyze cannabis. But since there's no standards to calibrate the machine, then yeah, there's not. Until there's that, and everyone has to, just like weights and measures, just like so many other things that are regulated, there's agencies that do all that shit.
I think in Canada we got a standardized sample for all these labs and the standard system that they use to analyze everything.
Well, does the LPs claim a bunch of 30% products in their menu?
Shit, I haven't even looked at that menu in so long, dude. I couldn't tell you, buddy. You can pull up the Ontario. What's that? OBC is it called, honey? You remember that? No, the for the cannabis. Yeah, either way, we do have a standard website that everyone gets their cannabis from. Ontario Cannabis Store, I believe, or something. And they have all the stats that we can look at, but I have no idea what the numbers are.
Over watching all this, other people in other conversations, I pointed out that if you send in a super dry sample, that will make your number higher. Even how if it's not like randomly picked, you know.
Well, I want to say it's like water activity level they take into consideration and make it all standard. They take it to that humidity level. There's a standard SOP so that all that variables are out of it, right? Of course, I think they even take the sample, I want to say, but maybe they do send it in. And yeah, of course, you could put a little bit of keef on it and smudge the numbers. I'm sure that's what almost everyone tries to do. Try to get the higher numbers. Whatever. And like, you know, it does
well,
very
it seems
little for
like the
us.
whole thing is fudged a little bit. And like, I don't know.
Take it with a grain of salt, right?
Eventually there will be standards and better testing. Maybe not.
I believe so. I thought the FBI down there was going to make a standard lab and do all that shit. Have the standard sample for everyone. And
well, as long as you can shop and you're gonna like use that competitive edge, and labs are gonna want to have certain customers that they, you know, attract and keep, and by having higher numbers on their shit is $1 million a year or $5 million a year. Yeah, and even if those operations turn in their samples at 4 or 5 labs and then take the best one and go forward.
Sweet tweak records. You can't hear them, but they're there.
What were you showing us, Eagle? You were showing your garden. What was that?
5 minutes later. Them the seedlings were some of them were the DOA, at least my version of my cross, my half of the cross. There was some Colombium F2 seedlings that were in there. Some of them were the bigger one that was bent over was that Stroop Waffle, which is by Red Dragon Brothers there, and a couple others. There's another set of seedlings there that were the Red Dragon Brothers. Some of it, there's some seedlings there that is Kazoo Kush. And, let me grab the tag. Oh, there's 2 girls kazoos here. Well, 3 different versions of kazoos here. The biggest ones, the seedlings that you see in there were the Schizo. I've got some of his Limelight Stee going as well, and then in the Earth box, I've got his just the Stee going. And the Board 13, Milkman, and Xmas. Damn, there's a lot of strains floating around here for somebody that is still tearing down their garden.
Now.
I'm addicted, guys. I'm addicted. I can't help it.
What makes you hang on to that
Oh.
Xmas?
On the big grin you had.
The
when
Hope
you
for
were
Pine?
I was like, yeah.
The Hope for Pine. I've still got a bunch of it just happened to make it through more or less, but I still have a shit ton of pine seeds to, pine cultivars to run through yet. I really wish I had some of and I probably still do, that I would like to go back through if and when the move happens there, and I get a new environment, just to make sure that it was that drain that was suppressing that pine turf and bringing out the dragon fruit or the berried turfs there.
And then that would lead to a whole world of manipulation that we could start thinking of, right? What kind of gases can we add that can start changing these terps, and manipulation of the plant might be even easier than we think.
Yeah, put them in sealed chambers. That's what I kind of talked along that lines when we kind of figured out what was going on there. Making sealed grow rooms and interjecting certain gases to bring out different terps, or there might just be a certain gas level that just really is the recipe for optimal growth. You know what I mean? Who knows? But I definitely know that drain, whatever gas was coming out of that drain was definitely suppressing some terp levels in here. You know what I mean? So
methane
I've
gas,
already noticed in the few plants that I've harvested since I put a bag in over that fucking drain, the terpiness has come back in a big way. So yeah, kudos to problem solving, open source.
Was it on Mr. Toad?
Figuring problem solve. Yeah, that was Mr. Toad that helped out.
Toad comes through.
Figured that out. Smart dude. A lot of respect for him. As far as Mr. Toad goes, I kind of wish that he'd come around a little bit more. Like I said, I got nothing but respect for the dude, but it's unfortunate that the bullshit that happens between, there should only be one community. Well, you know what I mean? It is the cannabis community, but to say that it's divided up between channels and shit is really bullshit, or that affects other channels. You know what I mean? There should be people that watch these shows and transition should be able to flow through, without question, or you know what I mean? All being picked on. I've seen that or heard about that in other, it happening in other shows. Those are Eagles people or whatever. No, we're all the cannabis community. There should nobody be calling anybody out for their love of cannabis or where they choose to pull knowledge from. because I happen to know there's a lot of you guys that hang out in all these chats. You know what I mean? I ain't throwing those stones at you guys or nothing like that because of you guys are popping into all these other places. That's your power. Power to all you guys. You know what I mean? You know, you make friends wherever you can, pull knowledge wherever you can, and bring some back. Share it. I don't give a shit.
And wait a
You
minute,
know what I mean?
I bump into you on different shows, so we're all doing the same thing.
Right on. Right on. Yeah,
But
I'm
if
no
you,
stranger to popping into other shows. I don't. Yeah, I'm right
and
there
those
with you guys.
those people that have a problem, just like you said, you pop into these shows. Hey, people, if you don't like the people that are on the panel, you can always leave. You don't have to say anything, just go. And, you know, there are other shows to watch throughout the day. So, you know, I've learned a lot from Mr. Toad. Mr. Toad has been nothing but very gracious and helpful. And matter of fact, he sent me some seeds to bring to the Regen Conference, which Michigan was allowed to have up to the 10 packs of the Death Star cheese cross that he did. He didn't release that to anybody else. He let me bring that to the Michigan Regen Conference for the Michigan people there, because I know Michigan likes the gas, the fuel, the chemical tastes and smells. And I even, since it's coming out in Skunk Magazine, his one hitter quitter, I brought those packs here for Mr. Toad to sell in Thailand.
Wait a
I don't
minute.
know how we lost Major, but cheers, Major.
Cheers.
Cheers, Major. Hopefully you just lost your signal up there in Canada.
And I will be going out this week to pick up the DJI Pocket 2 Creator. So I will actually have a camera. I think it's going to be actually the first camera I bought since like I was doing eBay in 2001.
Did you say it's in Skunk Magazine?
Yes, it's in the newest issue of Skunk Magazine.
It just came a few days ago. I'll look through it.
And Skunk Magazine they are looking for articles. So if you've come across the unicorn out of your seeds and you made them and you start getting it out there to people and other people enjoy that strain too, she says, you know, write a really nice article, send us some really nice pictures, and there's a good chance you could be in the magazine too.
Yeah, I had a high time subscription for like so many fucking years, and then I finally just stopped renewing it, and then didn't have like a magazine, and then I don't know. I've only had this subscription
Trevor
thing
started writing for Skunk
for a little while, and then the first one that came, and that was like the last one. The whole thing was like a special for Grateful Dead, and every article was like Grateful Dead this, Grateful Dead that. And I thought, well, that's perfect. I ordered this thing, and the first one they sent me was just all about the dead and cannabis.
Perfect.
But I've always enjoyed Skunk Magazine. I thought Skunk Magazine was a 10 times better quality magazine than High Times. I thought the different strains that they put up there and the descriptions and the articles, really, I thought the articles were really good.
Well, I didn't know
it wasn't as much advertisement driven
about it, but now that I think about it, it was on Chris Guerrero's show that Julie, I can't pronounce her last name, who is like the editor or owner And
owner.
she she had an interesting story. That's for damn sure, of how she took, like, the previous owners were indicted and were actually involved in international crimes and shit. And then she took control, and yeah, that's when she said all these things about her vision of trying to, send.
Turn it back into the people, a magazine for the people.
Yeah.
And we as the people should help build this magazine.
Well, I started following her on Instagram, and like she's trippy. She's definitely on a mission. Yeah, I support her. There's like an opening, like I said, like since I was a teenager, like high times lost their way, no question about it. But man, they were this giant influence. Like there was no other need to have another magazine for so long. That was it. It was sort of like a weird thing for me to finally, like, some of it wasn't really all the cup and events thing. The magazine got to be so fucking repetitive that it was like, yeah.
Just a heads up, boys. We're gonna close her down here in 7 minutes on the 20.
Perfect. I'll sign off now because my phone just said I only have 15%. And
maybe you can plug it in and give me a call. Maybe you can give me a call on IG when it's charging, bud. I'd like to talk to you after the show.
It's charged. Yeah.
But thanks again for another wonderful night or afternoon, and thanks for sticking around for 420 Eagle. A lot of times we get to like 412 here, 413, 418, and I'm like, man, Eagle's signing off at 418. I just miss it.
The other night you said that, and if I would have listened to you, the video would have been 420 long. I noticed that after I got off. I was like, shit. Should have listened to.
And just the fact that we're like in Thailand with you, and we're in Ireland. I don't like to totally mess up someone's name. Ireland with meaulflower, right? Is it you say meaulflower? Is that it?
Meaulflower. Meaulflower.
Greenfingers out there in the strangest place I know of. Then we got Eagle in Michigan. It's seamless, and it's pretty cool. Like there's cool things in the world. This is one of them.
Maybe Jeff over in Australia can do an episode, because this guy grows some trees.
Jeff's been on. Jeff 100% has an episode. We've got another guy coming on, Master Kush, I believe was the name, or Kush Master. It's been in chat. Is another one coming up from Australia Thursday. So
yeah, I just met him the other day on Future Cannabis Project, maybe.
Right, one of those. Yeah, both maybe.
Yeah,
I see them over there.
So I think that'd be a good episode too. So I'll definitely turn into that one.
yeah, you guys make it easy sell to people too. I want to tell you guys that, because that's one thing when I tell people about the show and try to coach them into coming on or watch it, and I'm like, man, there's the spotlights, but there's the WEedNErdWorld. I'm like, I'm serious when I say world. I mean world. We got people checking in from all around the globe. on a daily basis. And they're like, really? I'm like, no shit. You know what I mean? So, I appreciate, and you guys
And
are
like
definitely a
even
good
an
draw to the
example
show.
of Tao who's not here, like, oh, there somehow Tao's got Amy Aces in Thailand, Ireland. Like he's got it some other places too.
Everywhere.
Pretty
Really.
pretty amazing accomplishment.
We
He
got
needs to
Smiley's gear
change
here.
those stickers. Yeah,
Let's
he's
stick it
catching up.
badass.
And
We
he
gotta
needs to change those stickers so Amy's ass looks like a little like luggage with like all the different slabs. She put her like where he's got like the towel thing, it could be like different flags, little flags tattooed on her ass. You know what I
all the
mean?
different.
Where
You want
she's
to make
been, like
maybe
a
some little
suitcase.
tattoos. The tattoos of all the slaps. That would look nice. Like a sleeve going up her legs all the way. Of all the different seed things that are like the Weed Nerd seed people. That shit. Weed Nerd seed people. Everybody grows seeds. It's the best part of life. Grow it.
Well, I gave some seeds to my best buddy Gary, who has a lot of connection to Germany. His mom lives there, plus friends, and he goes back and forth. I didn't even think much of it. It was when I had a whole bunch of these James Loud gelato crosses, and I gave him like a bunch of each one. And then, like a year later, I get this string of video, and it was like his friend in Germany showing this beautiful canopy and walking you through saying, oh, this is this one, this is this one. It was like, and I thought, oh, that's cool. Like, even though all I did was give them to Gary gave him to his friend, but there it was coming all the way from Germany.
Oh, yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to get
Oh,
fresh,
shit.
yo.
Are we counting down to something? I forgot. Fuck. I've been smoking this weed for like 5 minutes. Maybe I should roll a joint or some shit. I could do that.
Pull out one of your pipes. You don't got time to roll.
Oh, what? Don't doubt me, but just kidding. Don't doubt me. I'm a perfect. My name's Greenfinger, bro.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm the fastest roller in the world.
You think?
I think Mr. Toad's faster than you.
Oh, hell no, bro.
The guy does it one-handed and then it's done within like 20 seconds when he goes to roll it. He just kind of goes shoot and licks.
I roll 300 joints at fucking 2 weeks. Like every 2 weeks. I'm fucking.
Well, I don't
I've
keep track. I'll
never
put it
seen
to
you
you
smoke
that.
a joint. I've never
Right.
even seen you smoke a joint, I think. Green fingers?
Oh my God.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's usually a pipe.
I never smoked pipe.
Rarely a
Smoke
joint.
pole, not pipe. That's a difference. Bro.
Ultimately, saying that you roll the fastest fucking joint. Well, all right, you did. That's pretty good, dude. All right.
Are you 20 already?
There's one for you, Eagle. At one of the events in Michigan, you can have the Eagle Gardens joint roll off.
Hey, Greenfingers, would you consider yourself part of that thing called the 5150 or the Insane Asylum or?
No, I watch it,
No?
but like I like I'm down with the whole. I'm down with them though. I'm part, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I wear
All
the
right.
shirt and shit.
All
So,
right.
I don't
That's
know.
cool. I think it would have been cool if you said, "Fuck yeah, I'm down with that Insane
Yeah, I'm down with
Asylum."
them. I'm down with them. I wear the shirts all the time and shit. Fucking my mom brings me shit from Dr. Green Thumb all the time. So yeah, I'm just not.
Well, I guess if you're gonna spend money at a place, his vibe seems like pretty righteous.
Yeah, he's cool as fuck.
I'd have to say.
I listen to his music and shit. Fucking ever since I was a little itty bitty boy.
I watch his show.
Yeah, I haven't watched it for a couple weeks.
I find it interesting. Sometimes he has guests that
are interesting or odd, or there's other parts of it. I don't like that guy that is the concentrate. What does he call himself?
I knew you were gonna say you didn't like Kelly. Fucking, I knew it. I was like,
Cali Blaze.
Kelly Blaze, too abrasive for you.
Something. Well, first off, it's pretty ballsy to be like total New Yorker
You got some
and
balls.
call yourself Cali. All right, like,
And you're from New York. That's
yeah.
hard.
I mean,
Hey guys,
it's cool
I
you're
have,
from New York.
hey guys, I gotta run because Bud's gonna call me here in a minute. It was fun, everybody.
All right.
Thanks again, Eagle. Everybody should look at Eagle's sign there, guys. And Bud, I'll hear from you in a minute, buddy. Peace.
All right, you guys.
Cheers,
It was a fun night,
gang.
Eagle. We'll see you. Thank you for the platform, and Green Fingers. Have a good night.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Thank you for popping up, buddy.
Yeah.
You have a
Hell
great
yeah.
day, man.
I saw that wrap
Thanks
it up
again.
sign. I was like, shit.
I gave
I was
you
like,
guys a warning and everything.
I was like,
And
I was
then
like, 2
everything.
minutes. I could roll a joint in less than 2 minutes, but I can't smoke a joint in 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna say thank you for everything, Eagle. Fucking for real, the show means fucking the world to me. Serious. So the show up.
I
I
love
want
you,
you
brother.
right now, bro. Love it.
I love you too, brother. Seriously. Me. Been a great friend, man. Great.
Thank you, bro.
You have a good day, brother.
Love you.
Love you too. With that being said, I love the rest of you guys as well. But no shout outs today. We are way past shout out time. And I gotta get my ass to bed. I gotta get a few hours sleep before I get up and try to get some shit done before I hopefully head downstate. With that being said, if this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest like I will be doing here in a few minutes. This is the beginning of your day, your journey. Please take time out for a little bit of self-love, a little bit of meditation along the lines of that great day I am hoping you will have. Please take time out to do something nice for somebody. Brandon Max kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example. I'm not afraid to admit it either. With that being said, have a great day, guys. I will see you probably tonight, hopefully tonight on the road. With that being said,